You're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case.
Is that correct?
Dati mihi Anglican, police service lobby.
That's literally not true.
I didn't ask you to interrupt me. Oh, for crumb's sake.
Good morning and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Happy Podcast Thursday. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. I'm feeling absolutely wonderful. Comparatively, absolutely wonderful. This is a first, I think. Would you check this out? Greeners has won chat by being first in chat with a membership milestone message. Greeners, congratulations, 29 months. By now you should know that being first in chat comes with its punishment, which we are going to adjudicate you're guilty of being first in chat, and we're going to sentence you with internet ownership. That's what it's going to be. Congratulations on 29 months. Fantastic, my friend. I thank you for your long-time support. It would not be the same without you here. Welcome one and all. Everything IP related, one and all. Everything IP related worldwide is your responsibility, Greeners. Thank you. Whew, that was a tough one. Greeners, congratulations. I think that is a first in 3 years that we have a membership milestone message as the winning message. I know we've had some super chats as a winning message before, but this takes just a next level of preparation and planning. Shows your dedication for sure. Welcome. I do want to say thank you, everybody who reached out to me and told me over the last 2 days that I looked like terrible. I looked like death. Your concerns were validated yesterday because we had an issue with the sump pump and I had to run outside after I was done live streaming and open up the cellar door and stuff. And in the brief time that I was outside, the local population of vultures spotted me, and seeing that death was imminent, they came and perched on my house, waiting for the inevitable, which they could see as well as you, that I was clearly just about ready to kick the bucket and be a meal for everybody. I've never had vultures perch on my house like that before, and they just came in swarms, and they were just looking at me. They knew something I didn't, so that was. If you haven't seen a vulture here in the East, their wingspan is probably very similar to a bald eagle, full-grown adult bald eagle, like a 6-foot wingspan. Just massive birds. And yeah. Anyway, wow.
I got a stubby little pencil.
Got a stubby little pencil. I've got a few things to do before court kicks off this morning down in 14th Circuit in Florida. Which a couple things. We're going to discuss our new trial that starts today. We need you guys to come up with a name. Hear ye. Why is that not working? All right. Let me see if I can find this.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Trying to find the list of charges. Josh, I think you provided some of them, and now I can't see them.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Okay. Josh. Oh, my goodness. The mods have been busy this morning. I wish I could show you, but unfortunately there is a rule. What happens in mod chat stays in mod chat. But Josh
show counsel wanted to see me inside.
Completely typed out the intro, including the birthdays. And he alphabetized the destinations for where you can go get pancakes. I'm sorry. I thought it was pretty funny. Yes, we are going to Florida. It's in Mod Chat. I suggested a few. I know, but my eyes are just blurry, and I'm looking back, and I've missed about 700 messages, so I'm not sure where they are. But yes, the thumbnail is up, and it says insert creative new trial name here. We've got that up there. Anyway, let's celebrate the birthdays first, and then we'll sort of dig into this trial, which is going to be a new one for all of us. Yay, come visiting you again. Yes, we're down in Florida. Down in Florida again. But honestly, I do feel better. So the vultures were wrong. I did not die yesterday. My death was greatly exaggerated. Let's put it that way. Greatly exaggerated. And I'm feeling tons better and sounding almost all the way better, honestly. To me. You guys might see differently. But feeling great and sounding great. So thank you for all your thoughts and prayers and best wishes. All right, how did you do your hump day yell with being sick? It was sad, but my kids, knowing the conditions I was in, voted 2 thumbs up anyway. So, let's see. Nina 17. This is not that one yet. We expect to start that one on Monday and do a catch-up speed trial through some of it, and then jump back to the air vent trial. Let's see. Right now we're doing, happy birthday to Fern G, Heidi Escobedo, Nadi, Paul, and Trina. Let's go ahead and get the birthday song all queued up. And I need all you guys to help me wherever you are. Stand up, as long as it's legal. Stand up, take a deep breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbor, warm up with me, if you will. La 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 la. All right, we're ready. Birthday to you. I was muted. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Fern G, Heidi Escobedo, Nadi, Paul, and Trina. Happy birthday to you. I was muted. I felt a sniffle coming on, but then I forgot to unmute. Fern G, Heidi Escobedo, Nadi, Paul, and Trina. Happy birthday. There are many wonderful days. Today is your special day. As I scroll back to get my alphabetized list, I realize there are a million places you could be and a million people you could have celebrated with, but you chose to be here with us. The privilege, pleasure, the honor, the joy is ours. Hopefully, we can return that joy back to you, make your day a little more specialer. Begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at, in alphabetical order, Andy's Grill, Bob Evans, Cracker Barrel, Denny's, IHOP, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlap's House, Waffle House, and Village Inn. Josh, that does sound great. That sounds great. Alphabetical pancakes are the way to go for sure. The little OCD part of me smiled inside when I saw that. There's a lot of dancing going on, a lot of celebration, a lot of pancake eating. The high kicks are happening. Love is in the air, apparently. Not in the air vents, not yet. Just love in the air is all. Alicia at Horses, welcome. Dancing looked great. I can tell you guys have practiced. 80s was going to be so proud. Took me 45 minutes to do that, says Josh. I just rattled it off in 15 seconds. Thank you, Josh. Josh, appreciate you so much. I think we have a drum solo coming up here at the end of this next verse. Beautiful, beautiful. Bum, bum, bum. Thank you, Auntie Birdie B. Everyone nailed it. 80s Music Man did a great job both leading the dancers and playing the drums today, doing double duty. April 74, all out of breath, but you guys looked good. It was fantastic. You look good. Yes, thank you, Judge Fleischer. I feel better. I hope I look better. If my eyes are bloodshot at all today and red, it is not because I'm sick. No, it's because Mrs. R.A. finally told me that I need to man up. She will no longer get me the Johnson & Johnson No More Tears shampoo, which I've been accustomed to most of my life. And she said I have to use the big boy shampoo now and just keep my eyes shut. So that's why. Just the shower this morning. No more tear stuff. That's good. Amazing shampoo. All right. I kid. Let's see. Where are we? We're going to 14th Circuit, but they're not quite ready for us yet. Village Inn comes before Waffle House. Oh, Andrea Hillis. Thank you. Josh, you've been called out. The W comes after the V, as they say in French or something similar. Josh's like, okay, make one mistake. You've got one job on this ship, Josh. No, thank you very much. That's funny. I'm sure Josh will get it corrected, or I will, one of the two. That's about my level of correction. All right, where are we? We're talking about this trial, and I was wondering if maybe, let's see, maybe you can find I have to scroll back to where we are here. Our defendant, I've got his picture, and he looks unhappy to be caught. I will tell you that much. Let me see if we can find his name and the charges. Is this a bench trial? I'm looking at the documents. I can't. It says jury, non-jury trial. Amber, is that a bench trial? I'm looking. Hang on. And there's also a rumor, of course, them moving the date of the trial, which they also do, usually with no notice. All right, here we go. Thank you, Josh. George William Myers is the defendant in this one. Booked in 2022. This is, in fact, a homicide case. Charge 1, homicide, negligent manslaughter, killing human other than by murder or homicide. Killing a human other than by murder. Sounds like somebody got creative. Charge 2, homicide, negligent manslaughter, killing a human other than by murder or homicide. Charge 3, homicide, murder, first degree, premeditated. That's the no hold bond on that one. Hold without bond, no bond. Charge 4, drugs, delivery, distribution, other, Schedule 3 or 4. There's a $25,000 bond on that one. Like the two 250s and a $25,000. Okay, so it's up to a $525,000 bond. Charge 5, homicide, distribute fentanyl, approximate cause of death. So it looks like it was a drug overdose. And charge 6, opium or derivatives distributed Schedule 1 or 2. There's $100,000 on that one. So $625,000 bond, if he can pay it, would get him back on the street. Amber sent me a joke of the day. She says, scientists have found that cows produce more milk when the farmer talks to them. Who would have thought? Apparently, it's a case of in one ear and out the other. So, out the other. All right, it is Podcast Thursday, so a perfectly appropriate time. We need a moo sound effect for sure, something mooey for jokes. We will have the podcast tonight, and there will probably be some jokes told. Still waiting for 14th Circuit to come live. They're not live yet. Myers is charged with murder, manslaughter, premeditated murder, and several drug charges relating to the deaths of 2. Wait for it. It's a long. This is the problem. Waiting for the deaths of 2. I'm guessing people. I'm feeling the vibes of people. Thank goodness it's almost Friday. It's been a little bit of a long week, not feeling well. So 2 overdose deaths whose names I don't have. It says the red pen. No, that's great. That's okay. We will find out who they are here in a bit. Let's see. Judge Burney. We might go visit Judge McBurney again. He's doubled down and re-strengthened his "Don't you dare use my trial footage" guard. And he is in Georgia. right? Isn't he in Fulton County, which is the one place I never want to visit or especially be in jail at. And so I have to just make sure that everything's, up and up with him to do that. Let's see. I know farmers that actually play music for their cows and horses. The Florida trial we're about to check into has 3 other co-defendants, one who has been convicted and 2 more who have yet to face charges. Interesting. 1 conviction already, 2 more. So this is basically the halfway point at the end of this trial in convicting all who were allegedly accomplices in some fashion on this one. Are we going to do the Daisy trial on Monday? That's our idea. We're going to go to Monday. The thing is, the Daisy trial starts out with terrible audio. Just awful audio. We did, in fact, Sophrenia, make a song called Daisy in the Walls, inspired by, not about, but inspired by, about just a completely different person who might have gotten pregnant through an air vent transfer delivery system. So we did make a song about that, but it's not about Daisy. This is a song about an actual flower, Daisy. So you can see, obviously, there's a major difference, so they can't sue. So it was 4 dealers versus 2 hapless souls who died from overdoses, as far as I can tell from the court documents. All right, 4 dealers. The dealer-to-user ratio seems off as far as distribution of, efforts and everything. Donna Adelson gets charged Monday now. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh, that's terrible. Greener said it's awful. It's a killer jam. Good song, though. Hold on. All right. My job is to get court to you, and I will continue to watch for that here. Give me just a moment to find the happenings as they're happening. Down there in 14th Circuit. 14th Circuit Court. So text to speech is a beautiful thing. I love it. Susan Lynn, those hot car trials, the deaths involving children are terrible. We have covered one in the past, and it was incredibly difficult. And especially there was video, there was all sorts of, it's a difficult trial to follow. It's one of my fears, honestly, as a parent. When I had young children, I'm glad now that I don't. But even now with older children, or kids that are more able to do things themselves, I'm cautious, just because anywhere that it gets hot in a car, which is like basically 99% of the United States and every other country. The possibility of a child, just climbing in the car, thinking it's time to go, it get warm, they fall asleep, and it's over. It's terrible. It's scary. So let's see. We've got an article that just dropped. Thank you for that, Josh. This was from News Channel 7, WJHG. 4 arrested in connection with 2 overdose deaths. This is Bay County Sheriff's Office. They arrested the 4 for manslaughter related to the death of 2 people by overdose of fentanyl. Let's see. This was back in November 30th was when the story was published, and it was the Tuesday before that they were arrested. So right just after Thanksgiving on 2022. Let's see, the first death with a male who passed away. The first death was a male who passed away. Autopsy revealed he had at the time of his death a level of 10.1 nanograms per milliliter of fentanyl in his post-mortem blood. And that's over 3 times the lethal threshold. There's a convoluted story of how this gets bought and sold and transferred. which is probably going to take up the majority of the case. As it goes from hands to hands, some person took half, sold it to a second victim. About 30 minutes later, a call was made about an overdose. The second victim, toxicologist, determined the fentanyl concentration was sufficient to cause the death in the absence of other substances. Let's see. One of the 4 that are charged are only charged in the death of one victim. So yeah, it's a little confusing, but we'll get to the bottom of it, and I'm sure the judge will help it all make sense. Hey, what's happening? All right. Mod chat. No, okay. Kelly H., thank you very much for the super sticker. A big old mug of beverage juice, which for me is Deer Park water today. Man, fentanyl is a crazy dangerous drug. It really, really is. Oh, man. Fun fact, I was given fentanyl during my ankle surgery. It was wild. I don't think I've ever experienced the proper medical distribution of any drug like that. I think the closest I got was like Lortab and Percocet and some of those type drugs. That's after car accidents and all that fun thing. Anyway, fentanyl is not medically produced and administered. The street drugs are all over the place with chemicals. So fentanyl does not have a legitimate purpose. What is it used in any other industry? Like, is it in veterinary work or something like that, or is it strictly an illicit drug? This is a murder trial. We're just waiting for the court to get started this morning. If they do, we're going to be right there. But of course, they're not here yet. Wonder if they moved it on us. Someone told me that's what's in an epidural. Justice at last. Kurt, on Monday we're going to start covering the air vent pregnancy trial. Well, no, that's not the trial. It's the defendant who got pregnant through the air vent out of jail, which, you know, as miraculous as it sounds, is equally just crazy and wrong and like, oh no, they didn't. Yes, they did. But that's the Daisy Link that starts on Monday for us, so we can speed trial through the poor audio issues and everything like that. Thank you, Josh, for alphabetizing everything. I work in EMS. It's usually the first drug we go to for pre-hospital pain management, probably because of how quick it works, right? It's and it's extremely powerful. Oh, I lost the lid to my water. Now I have to drink the whole thing, or else I'll spill it on my desk. When a man and a woman love each other very much and they've never met, and they share an air vent, this is how jail babies get born. All right. Yes, mine's the laptop. All right. Tori, no, don't go back. You should just tuck right in right here. We're good. I'm just trying to get to court here. 14th Circuit is not going live, and we have heard some rumors that they might have moved things. So let's check and see if we can find out. On today's agenda, picking up a new trial out of Florida, George Myers is accused of the death of 2 people who died from fentanyl overdose. He allegedly participated in the distribution. On civil law, it's almost like Immaculate Conception, only you take out the... I mean, going from the Laura... No, we won't even go to the Laura case. The Bachelor, we're not going to do that one. Of it could never happen to... I never believed it could happen. I think that's where we went between those two trials. Evaporate conception is what we call it. Yeah. Can we go see what song Judge Middleton quoted this morning while we wait? I can, but I'm sort of like jumping back and forth trying to spot it because 14th Circuit does not... always keep everything up for us the way we like it. Am I just not seeing this, Josh? Evaculate. HVAculate conception. That's what it is. That's probably the best way to say it, Alicia. Love is in the air vent mail delivery trial. If you haven't heard the song we made yesterday, maybe now would be a good time to play it. As a teaser for what we're going to be going to, I think on Monday, possibly sooner if this court doesn't get its act together and let us in. We might do one more quick little playthrough of the song while we're waiting. Let's see. Let's go to Library Public. Daisy in the Walls. All right, here we go. You adjust the audio so it's not blowing your eardrums out. Okay, we're good. Here we go.
Cracks in the stone, I heard your voice, a whisper in the dark, no other choice. Metal bars can't cage the dreams we spin. The air vent carried you, and I let you in. The world won't understand this kind of fire in a concrete tube. We built our empire. Daisy in the walls, reaching through the night. Planet in the shadows, growing toward the light. They'll call it madness, but it's just our way. Daisy in the walls, blooming every day. Your letters came in secret, folded tight. Promises of freedom under the moonlight. A strange kind of love, but it felt so real. Through the vent, your touch was all I could feel. They say I'm a sinner, they say I'm a thief, but in this gray box, love's my only belief. A package of hope in a world so grim. Life from the void I carry.
my goodness, greeners. Wow. Where's the unsubscribe button? It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. I think we might have to jump to this one. 14th Circuit is just not delivering on their promise of the trial that they had scheduled this morning. And we might have to just jump straight to our Daisy Link trial, which I think this will be our intro song each day we cover it. Not because it's related in any way to the trial, obviously, for legal purposes. There's no connection between any reference that might be made in the song to the actual trial and the defendant by the same name. So purely coincidental. I think, does that cover me, Kurt? Am I covered? Am I safe there? What's the name of the song? It's called Daisy in the Walls. It was about planting flowers in the wall, the cracks of the walls in the jail. It's very romantic and inspirational, as you can tell, and a little bit haunting. And if you liked that one, it's a double-sided release. Actually, we actually have Rot at the Core, which, Kurt, you might be a bigger fan of, in a very similar style. It addresses just the literary brilliance of Corey Richin's lawyer, coming up with just a one-liner to beat all one-liners, which was yesterday. It's not a blemish on the fruit. It is rot at the core, poisoning the whole harvest of justice. The poetry just drips from those lyrics, and we made a song about it. So it's on the B side of Daisy in the Walls if you do buy the LP. So is the song over? Yes, it's okay. It's a double-sided release. Back in the day when you got the cassette tape and you could play one side and then flip it over and play the other side, you wouldn't have to rewind. All these songs are on the website. If for some reason you want to torture yourself or someone else with listening to them, again, you can do that now. Let's see. I think we've got to just jump to Daisy Link, and we weren't prepared to do this quite today. So, give me just a minute to make the connections here. Home again, jiggity jig. There we go. Down here. Bum, 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 bum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, what we're going to do is the problem with this trial, let me just tell you, the problem with this trial is it has terrible, terrible audio at the beginning, and then terrible video and audio, almost for a full day. So we have to watch this on high speed just because it's not bearable any other way. Hopefully we can get the gist of what's happening through I don't know. Let me see how well I can get the audio boosted. We're all going to have headaches at the end of the day. I know there are ways to take the echo out. Some of you have sent some links to some apps that do that, but it's hard to do that on what's considered by YouTube a live broadcast. If I was editing the files afterwards and creating something and posting, it would be a lot easier to take the echo out. But that's it. All right. Josh, I'm headed to Florida. I'm headed to go fishing since the Florida trial is a no-go. Y'all have a good one. Josh is out. Thank you, Josh. All right. Let's see. Get some audio coming from court so we can start playing with this.
Would be useful for impeachment purposes, and I may use them to impeach witnesses. But
this is how bad it is.
In my case, I don't think that the defense can argue that I did not willfully produce this.
What's your response? It seems nuanced.
Yeah, I'm not going to at any point argue that the state was hiding the physical evidence.
Apparently there's a discussion about evidence that wasn't released.
I don't see an issue with that.
If you bring it up, depending on the way it's brought up, you can envision a scenario with the state.
Okay, I've got a lot to tweak here. Just one second.
From that facility incident, either to rehabilitate witness or for future purposes.
Certainly. And if it's admissible evidence or admissible impeachment evidence, sure. If it's not, then we'll raise that issue at that time.
I think what they want to avoid is a scenario where a defense attorney gets up there and says, hey, the state didn't want me to.
It's going to get loud here. I've got to double the volume.
And then it gets into more personal attack on state motivation, where they hide things of that nature.
Right.
So I'm going to grant 4 with leave for us to revisit it, depending on how the evidence comes out. All right, 5, regarding it's a mixture of arguments from behalf of the state regarding prior acts of violence.
These are some pretrial motions.
I think you already ruled on this as it pertains to the pistol whipping incident. I already said that I'm not going to elicit other incidences other than just a very generalized assertion that these folks had a toxic relationship for many years.
The pistol whipping incident was completed before. 5 years before.
Yes.
So the pistol whipping incident was 5 years before. The incident with the injuries to her head was completed before. 5, not 2.
That's a pistol whipping incident.
But the pictures were taken 2 days before the shooting.
5 days.
5 days. Where am I getting 2 days from?
I'm not 100% sure because I was also having the same issue. I really don't know where we're getting your dates and stuff.
I think we all said a couple days.
And I just
natural.
took a couple days to
Yes.
Could it be from your prison?
Maybe.
That there may have been a, do you guys remember if someone's sister got before and saw an injury?
From what I remember of the depositions, the mother that she flew, I believe, the next day in, that would be 4 days before.
Right.
They were at her sister's house, Crystal's house, for a period of time. I don't recall if they testified that they actually saw the injuries when they were there, or if they just saw it through the photograph. I'm not 100% sure. But those photographs were sent 5 days prior.
We're playing catch up on a pretrial motions before the case began.
From the Harper hearing for the second day, where the mother and sister testified, and
This happened yesterday.
Do you want to anything from us regarding why it seems to be stuck on 2 days versus 4 versus 5?
No,
At the end of the day, it's a short time period, but and I may be conflating days based on testimony from the other hearing of the sister and mother, because they weren't there the day of the pistol whipping.
Correct.
But they saw an injury after.
Correct. And really, this ending 6 goes specifically to what we've been talking about with regards to the toxic nature of the relationship and whether or not any other act is admissible. I don't believe any other act could be issued. I don't really think that act 5 days prior to it, when there's intervening circumstances that's admissible, I understand the court's ruling, but I don't think any other act.
I think we're going to see if we can jump to opening statements.
I don't think Crystal can testify to it. I don't think Mother can testify to it. I don't think, I know for a fact.
Well, let me ask you this. They're on and off again romantic relationship. Doesn't that go to course of conduct? Or no?
I don't think so.
So that's separate from what you're asking to limit it by.
Right. We know that it's a toxic relationship. I have no problem saying that we're going to say that it's a toxic relationship. What the issue is, for example, if Josephine Perez comes up and testifies and says in 2014, Pedro hit Casey, that's inadmissible.
Give me a second here. Here's what we know. The audio gets tons better. This is pre-trial stuff.
Same thing with Crystal. They can't testify to anything about any of that other than that pistol whipping incident that occurred 5 days prior, because there's significant intervening time, causes. Again, they were I don't think any of that stuff is.
Hold, please. We're going to fast forward just a little bit to 1 hour, 12 minutes. Which I believe is the jury coming in. Of course, it gets super loud. And it just quit on me. Just 1 second. Trying to get the volume adjusted back where it needs to be so you can hear. Bring that down, turn that on. All right.
You don't swear affirm that you will well and truly try the issue between the state of Florida and the defendant and render a true verdict according to the law.
Jury's getting sworn in.
Thank you all. Please see it. All right, folks, these are some preliminary instructions I have to read to you. I have to read to them into the record, but you all will read along with me. Just like I gave you a copy of the Beyond Reasonable Doubt instruction, I think we all absorb better once we read, follow, and also hear. There's also note-taking opportunities, so I'm going to start with page 1 of the preliminary instructions. Members of the jury, you have been selected and sworn as the jury to try the case of the state of Florida versus Ayden. This is a criminal case. The defendant is charged with second-degree murder with a weapon, the weapon being a firearm. The definition of the crime charged will be explained to you later. You must decide this case based on the evidence presented and the law that I give you. Evidence consists of the sworn testimony of witnesses, exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else that I tell you to consider as evidence. The state's charging document, which is called information, is not evidence and is not to be considered by you as any proof of guilt. It is my responsibility to explain the law to you. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state proved this accusation beyond a reasonable doubt against the defendant in accordance with the law that I provide to you. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined, and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice.
We're going to try to skip ahead through these.
You understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorney will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorney.
They're so bad. We're going to go straight to opening statements and see if we get some better audio here. There we go. That starts at, sorry, just doing all the timing thing. $120. Okay, hold please. 120. Okay, here we go. Thank you, Red Pen, for that. I'm Kathy.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Ladies and gentlemen, in the early morning hours, Saturday, June 25th, 2022, while most of Homestead was asleep, a single gunshot echoed through a quiet neighborhood. One shot. That's all it took. That's all it took to end a man's life. One pull of the trigger, and a father, a partner, a human being, was left bleeding in an alleyway, while the person he shared a home with stood just steps away. Before this happened,
there's our defendant,
you're going
far
to
right.
A little bit about the relationship between the defendant, Daisy Lane, and the victim, Pedro Jimenez, as well as what happened leading up to that moment. The evidence is going to show you that the two of them, they've been together for 9 years. It was on and off, but in fact, they had 2 children together. And you're going to learn it was an unhealthy relationship. But even though it was an unhealthy relationship, they all lived together as a family. But you're going to see Mr. Jimenez, he wasn't always home. And why is that? Well, he was a truck driver. He was out on the road. And just like in any relationship, it wasn't perfect. It had its problems. There were arguments, anger, and even jealousy.
You guys hear this all right?
On Friday, June 24th of 2022, while being back in town from work, Mr. Jimenez began to have suspicions that his partner was cheating. So, he decided to ask and see whether or not that is true. The defendant ends up denying it. They go on about their day. They continue to act as a family. In fact, you can see surveillance footage of them that night coming back together to the home as a family, together with the children. Now, video later on that night, that's when the murder occurs. But as that night progresses, Mr. Jimenez can't stand the fact that potentially his partner is cheating on him. So what does he do? He decides to go over to a friend's home. And while he's there at that friend's home, you're going to hear from the medical examiner. He was drinking, he was smoking weed, and he had cocaine in his system.
So the trifecta.
But while he was there, who shows up to pick him up? The defendant. And she comes to that home and demands that he leaves there and comes back home with her. So he complies. He goes back home with her. Now, the night progresses. It's Saturday, June 25th. And you're going to find out that Mr. Jimenez and the defendant, they decide to step outside of the home and to go into the porch. Miss Lynn, she wanted to smoke a cigarette. But interesting enough, she brought out a firearm with her. While the two of them were outside, the evidence is going to show you. In fact, Miss Lynn tells police officers that when she saw Mr. Jimenez out there, he had a look of betrayal. So she told him and confirmed that she had cheated on him. Now, Mr. Jimenez, rightfully upset, he doesn't pull out any weapons, he doesn't hit the defendant, but instead, he threatens her by telling her, "You're going to sleep outside tonight." He's going to lock the doors. And you're going to hear in evidence that this wasn't the first time that that had occurred, and that she didn't like having to stay outside. So, in a fit of rage, she pulled out the gun, pointed it at the victim, and the facts will show that when the defendant pointed the gun at Mr. Jimenez, he had turned around and was running away in fear.
Ooh, shot in the back.
Fear of Miss Lynn. The defendant then pulls the trigger and fires one shot. And the surveillance you see this week, it's going to confirm that. It's going to confirm that the victim was running away. You're going to hear the 911 calls. You're going to get to see the body on camera. And on that body on camera, you do see Mr. Jimenez take his last breath. This week, you're going to hear from several civilians. You're going to hear from officers. You're going to hear from homicide investigators and even CSI personnel. They're going to tell you about how this investigation led to that defendant. You're going to get to see the defendant's text messages. And you're going to be presented with evidence and how the defendant acted after the shooting, and how that behavior doesn't show or line up with self-defense. At the end of this trial, after all the evidence has been presented, the state is going to ask you to render a verdict that justice demands. Guilty. Thank you for your attention.
While this is going on, finally, our 14th Circuit Court we were waiting for just went live with their felony trial, but we've already started this one. The best laid plans. This audio does get better. It's probably halfway through the day.
So, yes, Edward Jimenez and Daisy Lane were in a long-term relationship together. They had 2 kids in common together, a boy and a girl. At the time of Mr. Jimenez's death, the boy was 7 years old, and the girl was 5 years old. As you heard from the state, they were together for a pretty long time, and you're probably going to hear there are going to be a lot of things that myself and the state don't agree on, but we can all agree that this was a very toxic relationship.
This was very toxic.
And in the days leading up to Mr. Jimenez's death, the relationship took a significant turn.
Audio's
for the
fixed,
worst.
but we're on the Zoom feed now.
What do I mean by that?
This is our view.
5 days before Mr. Jimenez's death, he showed up unannounced to Daisy Link's home. And to be clear, the evidence will show it was her home. He didn't live there anymore. He was removed from the lease. The locks were changed. He was not allowed in there unless he was specifically invited. And yes, he would be invited because they had kids together, and Miss Link was gracious enough to let him see those kids, even though he didn't have a right to be with them because he lost his parental rights to those kids. Now, he showed up unannounced 5 days before, and Miss Link had some guests in her home. She was in her home with her 2 kids, and she had her cousin with her cousin whose name is David, and he had his kids with him too. Mr. Jimenez showed up unannounced, and immediately he accused Miss Link of cheating on him, even though they weren't together anymore, cheating on him with this man who he saw in her house. Mr. Jimenez was informed, hey, I'm not cheating, that's my cousin, and I'm not sleeping with my cousin. He's just here because he's family.
That's good.
Unfortunately, for whatever reason, Mr. Jimenez did not accept that explanation, and he physically attacked the cousin David, and he physically attacked Miss Link. Now, when I say physically attacked, I'm not talking about a love attack. I mean, he grabbed her, he took a firearm, and he pistol whipped her with this firearm.
Whoa.
He essentially split her head wide open. He left multiple lacerations on her head, and that caused spilling of a lot of blood. This blood's already dry, but you can imagine how much blood that was. He caused her to lose consciousness. I'm not just saying this. He very easily could have killed her. And he did it in front of his 2 kids.
This is the defense.
And he didn't stop until his 7-year-old son said, Bobby, please stop. Bobby, please stop. So at that point, as toxic as this relationship was, as I mentioned, it took a drastic turn for the worse. And that event, which happened 5 days prior to Mr. Jimenez's death, created a chain of events. And what is that chain of events? This is it. It's over. Daisy Link made a decision. Her family made a decision. Her family came from Texas, came down here for 2 reasons. One, to be with her, to take care of her after she had this unfortunate attack happen to her, and to prepare for her and the kids to leave the state. And that is what was going to happen. That's exactly what was going to happen. Now, did Miss Link do everything perfectly? No. With the benefit of hindsight, could things have been handled differently? Yes. Should Miss Link have decided to not have any contact with Mr. Jimenez from that point on? Yeah, she probably should have. And she didn't. She did have contact with him. And yes, you will see that on the day that Mr. Jimenez lost his life, she did pick him up and bring him. She brought him to see the kids because, as you will hear, she was going to leave and she wasn't coming back. And no, Mr. Jimenez did not live there. That was not his home at that point anymore. Because, as I mentioned, he wasn't on the lease anymore, the locks had been changed, and he had just almost killed her a couple days before. So no. And what you will see that Mr. Jimenez, before the shooting, you'll see him running back and forth. You'll even see Miss Link come outside and yell at him, asking him to leave, and him running away. And you'll see on the video him coming back and forth, back and forth. And what you will also hear is that when this is happening right before he gets shot, you'll hear from the medical examiner that he was whacked out of his mind on cocaine. I'm not just talking about a little cocaine. You'll hear from the medical examiner. This man took so much cocaine that the cocaine alone could have killed him. That's how much cocaine he used.
But he was shot in the back.
And the state told you that he was in fear for his life immediately before he got shot. Well, that's not what the evidence is going to show. And you're going to see it and you're going to hear it for yourself. Immediately before he got shot, he told Miss Link in a guttural, visceral scream, "I want to die. I'm ready to die." So she asked him to leave. She did everything she could to get him to leave. She did everything she could to get away from this man who, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to trample on anybody's grave, but the evidence will show this man was out of control. He was unhinged and he was dangerous. And she fired a shot to get him to go away from her, to go away from her home, which was locked, which she was not allowed inside of, where her kids were sleeping inside. She did not want him barricading himself in that home and doing something God knows what. We already know what he was capable of from just a couple of days before. So Miss Link gave him every opportunity to leave a place which was not his home. He did not have a right to be here. It was her home that she was protecting, which she had the right to do. He didn't have a right to be there. She did. She asked him to leave. She did everything possible. He screamed at her. He made it clear to her that I don't care what you do. I'm ready to die. I'm not doing anything. I'm going to do what I want. And that's when she fired. And she wasn't even firing trying to hurt him. She wasn't firing trying to kill him. She shot at the floor. And just so happens that this bullet, and this is going to be the strangest one-shot killing that you'll ever see. This bullet went up through his heel, and somehow it exited his foot and then went into his leg, and somehow that ended up killing him. So this was an extremely unusual trajectory from a bullet that you will see. So clearly she didn't intend to kill him, even though, and I will submit to you, the evidence will show she had every right and she was completely justified in using deadly force at that moment. And you will know that because later on, you're going to hear the instructions on the law from the judge, and those instructions will spell out to you, and you will see clearly that she was justified in her use of force in that specific situation. But she wasn't even trying to kill him. She wanted him to leave. She did everything she could to get him to leave before she fired that shot. And ladies and gentlemen, the evidence will show she fired that shot because she had no choice. And under this scenario and under those facts, that means she's not guilty, because it's not a crime to defend yourself when you have a reasonable fear of death or great bodily harm to yourself, to another, or from somebody committing a forcible felony against you imminently, which all of those things she was in danger of in that minute. So when I come back at the end of this trial, I'm going to ask you to find her not guilty, and that is the correct verdict. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. First witness state.
Yes, sir. At this time, state all together, Police stand.
Does have permission to reposition the podium? Yeah, go ahead. Both sides can have, just don't unplug anything, but both sides can have standing permission to move podium, standing permission to approach the witness.
Yes, Judge Singh.
I don't like podiums, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll let them get that sorted out here. Interesting open self-defense shot. I'd say shot in the back. He was shot from behind, shot in the heel.
All right, Mr. Bonilla, over here.
Interesting way to
Ray's
go.
going to swear you in, so I'm sorry, Mr. Bonilla. He's going to swear you in real quick. Come around here. If you hear someone say objection, stop answering, and I'll tell you if you're going to continue answering or if we're going to move on to another question. Understand me? All right, thank you. Go ahead. Good morning. Good morning. Can you please say your name for the record? Mr. Bonilla, do you know Pedro Jimenez, the victim in this case?
Yeah,
How do you know him?
be a friend.
How long have you and Pedro Jimenez, how long were you friends for?
Not sure, a couple years ago.
And were you with Pedro on June 25th, 2022?
Yeah,
And what were you and Pedro doing that night?
goodness.
And around what time was it?
I'm not really sure. Well, I was getting off work.
I'm sorry, Kevin. Have you testified before?
No.
Okay, so I know you may be a little nervous. Stop moving for a little bit. Okay, it's gonna make it easier for you to talk. It's also gonna make it easier for the jury to hear you, okay? All right, go ahead and re-ask the last question, please.
Wish we could see him.
Around what time was it?
Not sure.
You mentioned you were getting off work. What time did you get off work?
Okay.
I'm sorry, hold on, Miss Campbell. You're helping her turn off the phone. Is it off now, Miss Smith? Is the phone off now?
It's outside.
All right, thank you. We're gonna put it away because we want to pay attention to what's going on here. Thank you, ladies.
Sorry.
Can you push the mic closer to you? All right. What were you and Pedro doing at your house?
Just chilling.
How did Pedro get to your
Just
house,
chilling.
Mr. Bonilla?
Yeah, I picked him up.
You picked him up?
Yeah,
Who'd you pick him up with?
some work dudes
Where did you pick Pedro up that day?
from his house.
And who was there?
Just him and his girl.
Sorry, I'm gonna ask you to speak up a little bit.
Him and his girl,
Who is his girl?
Daisy.
Okay. How long had you known Daisy for?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
So when you and your friends went to pick up Pedro, he was at the house with Daisy.
Yeah.
Okay. And what happened when you guys got to the house?
No, we just chilled.
Did Daisy ever go to your house that night?
After, yeah.
And what did she go do at your house?
She just wanted to go pick up Pedro.
Did she say anything to you when she got to your house?
Not really.
So when she got there, was she looking for Pedro?
Well, when she got there,
When she got to your
yeah,
house?
that's what I guess she went.
She went to look for
This
Pedro?
witness doesn't
Yeah.
sound
Okay. Did she find him?
very convinced about anything.
Did Pedro say anything to you when Daisy got there?
Not really. He was just like, all right, peace. I'm gonna take off.
He left with Daisy?
Yeah.
Was Pedro upset or anything?
No.
Was that the last time you saw Pedro, Mr. Bonilla, before he was shot?
Yeah.
Thank you, Judge. No further questions. All right. Any cross-examination?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So before Pedro left, was it your house or your friend's house?
What you mean? It was his house where I picked him up at.
What was his house? Okay, you picked him up and then you went where?
To my house.
Your house? Who else was at your house?
Just me, my cousin, the dudes from work.
Good. And while you were there, did you observe Pedro using any drugs?
Not really. Just smoke, but I don't even think he got to smoke.
You don't even think what?
He got to smoke.
Okay,
He
was,
left his weed, he was like, roll up and be back.
so he was rolling up a joint?
I was rolling it up.
You were rolling it up. Okay, so other than a joint or marijuana, what other drugs were there?
Oh, I was drinking. I don't know if they was drinking, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, how many people were there?
I don't know, to be honest.
All right.
This is the
So
state's
we know
star
that there
witness.
was marijuana there. We know people were drinking. What else? Was there cocaine? Was there meth? Was there anything else there?
Oh, I don't know. I don't do none of that stuff, so
To your knowledge, do the other people who were there do that stuff?
nah. Not that I know of.
Not that you know of? And were you with Pedro the entire time, or did he go off to another section of the house where you didn't see him?
Yeah, I think he went to the kitchen or something.
Okay, so you don't know exactly what he was doing that whole time, correct?
Not really.
Okay. And other than being there hanging out with these people and smoking, you have no knowledge of what was going on in the personal life between Pedro and his girlfriend and his kids and his family. You're not privy to that information. Is that correct? All right. Thank you. That's all I have.
What a great witness.
Mr. Bonilla, when Daisy got to your house, did she wait outside for Pedro?
Yeah, well, I don't know. She was like, where he at? I was like, probably inside. Since the door was already open, she just went inside.
So she went in your house to look for him?
Yeah, probably to the kitchen. I don't know. I wasn't with him. You feel me?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that last part.
I said I wasn't with him after that. You feel me? 'Cause he was inside.
But she went into your house to go get him.
Yeah.
Thank you, Judge. No further questions. May the witness be excused. Yes, you can step down. You're excused.
I go outside or what?
I think you're excused from the subpoena, right? Yeah, you're excused from the subpoena.
He doesn't know what that means. He's like, so where do I go? Do I sit
Alrighty,
in the
next
hall?
witness, please.
The city is marked for editing purposes.
Any objection?
That witness, his name was Kevin, but he
All right,
reminds
so
me
he
of
admitted?
Pedro from Napoleon Dynamite.
Go ahead.
Exhibit 1A marker certification now becomes state exhibit 130.
How long is it? Just to give a preview to the jury. Few minutes. So this is the 911 call. Once an item gets moved into evidence, whoever's moving it into evidence can publish, meaning for you all to view or listen. In this case, it's the 911 call. That's a few minutes long.
Saturday, June 25, 2022, 03:21 and 57 seconds.
Yeah, I don't know why I just hear a guy screaming and there's loud. Yes, blood everywhere.
Okay, down on line with you. Let me I can track the phone to see where you are.
Okay.
Do you know what happened to him? Down on line with me. Is he awake and breathing?
Yes.
And I'm sitting here at 1300 West East Highway, down on line with me.
Where?
I'm good. Are you in Homestead now?
Yes, I know that.
Down on line with me. What is the phone number you're calling from?
76
We're going to mute this part.
9539.
765629.
Wait. My goodness.
I think it's almost like the least one on line as well. Iris is already in tomorrow. Do you know what part of his body he's injured or what?
I think it's his right leg.
I think it's his leg.
Down on line with you. Does he have a clean dry cloth or a towel of life pressure to where he's bleeding from? Sorry, Homestead, this is Marty Bakery. The address is the nothing. She's a, but the address is 1300, not 1153. She's alive and she found a male down on the floor, bleeding all over. I asked her to see if she can look and see where his body, the blood is coming from. She said the leg. I'm not what happened. I have her on the line. And he's calling from 786-562-9539. And where are you sitting today? I am position 150, thank you. And what level? And you have right to that, right? Yes. Okay, thank you, County. Yeah. Ma'am?
Hello?
Okay, you said he looks like he's by the alleyway?
He is, he's in the alley.
Is he able to breathe?
He's breathing, he's saying that he can't breathe.
Okay. About how old do you think he is?
I don't know, maybe 30, 25, I don't know.
Between like mid-20s to maybe 30?
Yeah.
Is he able to tell you anything, like when it happened or anything like that?
Hello?
Yes, can he tell you
What happened? No. He said he doesn't know.
He doesn't know? Okay. I have police on the way, I have the ambulance on the way, just stay on the phone with me, okay? I think he said it looks like it's mostly from his legs.
Hold on, I'm checking on the front right now. I think it is. Hold on. Let me see. It is. There's a. Hold on. I see an entry. Hold on, turn. And I see an exit.
Was he shot?
It looks like it is, yeah. He's breathing out through his leg. I can't pick you up. I can't pick you up.
So just let him know that help is on the way, but you can't pick him up, okay? Just let him know that help is on the way.
Can you bring it?
Ma'am, were you able to get a plate yard off the towel to apply pressure to his leg?
I took his shirt off and I tied it around his leg.
You tied in front of it?
Hey. Hello. Still. Are you okay? What the fuck happened?
Is he still breathing, ma'am?
Yeah. Yeah, but now, yes. They're coming for you now. I'm coming for you now.
Just let me know when they make contact with you, okay?
Yeah.
Do they see you?
Some of this call is really hard to hear.
Hello.
Still awake?
Yeah, I'm with you. Stay with me.
And you see the
I see him here. Stay with me. Stay with me.
And you can still
They're here. Stay with me.
Okay, they're making contact. Oh, go ahead and disconnect. Okay, perfect.
I think this is Daisy on the phone.
Saturday, June 25, 2022.
Judge, at this time, state calls Officer Trayvon Nicholson to the stand. Nicholson with an N or an M? And Nicholson.
We've got good audio, good video. We'll return eventually. This could be a trial where the defendant's shooting her ex could be justified if he previously beat her to the point where she had a lengthy recovery. I don't think that was...
All right, you can come on up.
They've said she got pistol whipped, and having been pistol whipped, that's not fun.
I did.
Let me see if I can close caption this. Hold on one second.
Morning. Can you please state your name for the record?
Yes, I'm Sergeant Trayvon Nicholson.
Sergeant Nicholson, how long have you been a police officer?
A little over 9 years.
And what department do you currently work for?
The Homestead Police Department.
How long have you worked for that department?
A little over 6 years.
And prior to Homestead Police Department, what department did you work for?
Florida City Police Department.
What is your current assignment, Officer Nicholson, as of today?
I'm one of the afternoon shift sergeants.
And in your 9 years of being a police officer, about how many homicide scenes have you worked as a police officer?
Approximately 50 to 60.
Now, on June 25th, 2022, what was your current assignment?
I was a road patrol officer for the midnight shift.
So I want to take you back to that day. Were you working that night?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you dispatched to 1237 Northwest 14th Street in Homestead, Florida?
Yes, I was.
What were you dispatched in reference to?
I believe it was in reference to a male down, covered in blood, possibly shot.
Now, Officer Nicholson, before you were dispatched, were you already in the Homestead area?
Yes, ma'am.
What area were you in before you were dispatched?
I was in what we consider our Alpha 1 area, which is in the same area as where I was dispatched to on that night, approximately 3 or 4 blocks from the location.
And when you were in that area before you were dispatched, did you hear anything?
Yes, prior to being dispatched, I heard a pop.
Did you check out where that pop was coming from? Did you try and check it out?
So when I heard it, it sounded like it came from south of my location. So I traveled south slowly on 14th Avenue, which is one of the main roads that runs north and south. I looked down every street as I passed it to see if anybody would flag me down, if I seen anything suspicious. And I kept going until I was dispatched.
Okay. And when you were dispatched, what street were you on? Do you remember?
I believe I was on 4th Street and 14th Avenue.
And you mentioned you had passed 14th Street.
Correct.
Was that where the dispatch sent you?
Correct. Dispatch sent me to 14th Street.
When you passed 14th Street, when you were first looking in the area, did you see anything?
No, it was a pitch black road.
Now I want to go back to when you were dispatched. From the time you heard that pop noise to the time you were dispatched, Officer Nicholson, how much time had passed?
I would say approximately 5 to 8 minutes.
And how long did it take for you to get to the dispatch area from where you were?
Roughly another 2 to 3 minutes.
And when you got to where you were dispatched, what was it? Was it a house? Was it a location? What was the location?
So when I arrived on scene, the location was in an alleyway. The victim in this case was in the alleyway.
And who else was there when you got to the alleyway?
The defendant in this case.
How did she appear to be when you got there?
She was standing next to him. She was yelling. When I got out, I walked up to the victim. I asked him, "Are you okay? Are you injured?" There was no response from the victim. And then at that point, I asked, "Do you know him?" to the defendant, and she said it was her husband.
So I want to go back to when you arrived at the alleyway. Where was the victim in the alleyway?
He was laying on the ground in the middle of the alleyway.
And where was the defendant when you got there?
Standing over his right side.
And when you were asking the victim questions, was he able to respond to you?
No, ma'am.
What kind of questions were you asking him?
Yes.
I was asking him, was he hurt? I asked him, what's his name? I asked him, was he shot?
Did he appear to be injured to you at that time, Officer Nicholson?
I did see blood on him. There was a good amount of blood on his legs,
as opposed to
on
bad.
his like abdominal area. At that point in time, the alleyway was very dark. I lit it up with my lights of my police car, but it's still a dark area. I had my flashlight out. At that time, when I first arrived, I didn't see where the injury was.
And who was answering the questions you were asking to the victim?
The defendant answered the majority of the questions.
What was she saying?
So like when I asked him what his name was, I believe she said his name. I asked him, are you shot? Where are you shot? And the defendant was able to point at the location of where the GSW was.
But you weren't able to see immediately when you got there where the location was.
No, ma'am.
And now, what was the victim wearing when you arrived?
He didn't have a shirt on. He had on what appeared to be black shorts. and boxers.
Okay, was there a lot of bleeding?
So, like I said, he had a lot of blood on him. But when responded to gunshot victims in the past, you typically see where the blood is coming from. In this case, I was unable to. The blood was smeared in different parts of his legs. And I was unable to see where the bleeding was coming from.
Did he appear to be in distress or pain?
Yes.
Was he? Sorry. Was he conscious when you got there?
Yes, he was conscious. At one point, I believe he tried to get up. I told him, stay down, because I was trying to figure out where the injury was.
What was the defendant's demeanor as you were trying to assess the victim?
She was screaming. Believe at one point she stated what happened. Like she was asking him what happened. She was upset. She was asking where rescue was. And things like that.
When she was asking him what happened, did it make it seem to you as she didn't know what happened?
Correct.
Hold on, stop. Sustained. So the jury will disregard the last answer of this officer. You can ask the next question. Yes, Judge. Did she tell you how she got there?
She said that she said that she was out looking for him.
Okay. And do you remember her saying anything about the shot and the wounds on his body?
Just when I asked, were you shot? She said, I believe he was shot, and then she pointed to the location.
And did you try to help and treat the victim's injury, Officer Nicholson?
Yes. Once I was able to locate it, my partner was pulling up by that time. I asked him to grab my med bag that I had in my vehicle. He was able to do that. He then took the scissors out because at that point my hands had blood on them. He took the scissors out. He cut the shorts to open up the area, and then he applied pressure.
Okay. And was fire rescue also dispatched to the scene?
With the reference to the way that the call came out, fire rescue is automatically dispatched when we are.
How long did it take them to get there?
I would say approximately 5 to 10 minutes.
And
after I got there. So
was there any point you had to do CPR on the victim?
yes, there was a point where when my partner had pressure on the wound, I was constantly checking his pulse. He initially had one. Then at one point I didn't feel one, so I started CPR. I continued CPR, sporadically checking for pulse, until fire rescue got there.
And when fire rescue got there, did they try to revive him?
At that point, when fire rescue got there, I walked away. I started securing the scene because I allow them to administer the life-saving measures.
And before we get to you securing the scene, was fire rescue able to revive him?
No, he was pronounced deceased at the scene.
Sir, great body worn camera that night.
Yes, I was.
And if I were to show you a clip of where your body worn camera was, would you recognize it?
Yes, I would.
Now directing court counsel and witness to what have been previously marked as states 1F mission. That the record reflect that I tried the defense counsel. Just permission to approach the witness? Yes, standing permission. Thank you, Judge. Officer Nicholson.
Standing permission means they never have to ask again during this trial.
Activated and captured everything that happened on June 25th on the police.
Yes, it captured my involvement.
Was it a fair and accurate depiction of your body worn camera that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, now listen to evidence with the police mark of case 1F. Any object? No objection, it'll be admitted.
Exhibit 1F mark identification of the state exhibit judge.
If you're going to publish, hold on, Mr. Akala. If you're going to publish, how long is it? Judge, it's 23 minutes. You're going to play the whole thing? Yeah. All right. So just so everyone can get comfortable, right? All right. Thank you. Go ahead. It has sound as well, correct?
23 minutes.
Go ahead.
We get to watch her back here.
Yes. Does anyone want to leave the courtroom before we do that?
The defendant's like me. I'd like to go now.
Okay, go ahead. I just don't want it to be interrupted. We're gonna play it through.
This is going to be body cam video, which is not the best audio. Played in a noisy courtroom on a TV speaker, picked up by the speakers for Zoom. It's not too bad.
Hey, what's going on? I see it. A horse on the back, a horse on the front, son's fucking head. I took off his you. No, he's actually my husband. Okay.
Look at the defendant on the end of the row here, straight ahead of the camera view. She's got her hands over her face.
Right here, right here. You see the bottom? From the front, you can see the right. Hey, just stay right there, boss. Are you okay? Hello? Stay with me. 4:30.
Encouraging you to GSW.
Yeah, that's all.
Gonna be to the right lane, to the right side, and out the right side.
No,
Hey,
stay
just
down, stay down, stay down.
Hey, stay down. Go in my truck, grab right there's my trauma kit. Grab me gauze and all that.
Pedro, what the fuck happened?
What happened?
Hey, girl.
Where the fuck? Where's the ambulance?
They're coming.
There's no more blood.
Open it up. I got my hands in dirt. Grab me two.
We're
gonna get that off us. Yep.
Just cut it off.
Grab
See that shit?
What's the best way to come out?
Pedro, hey, hello?
Yeah, I'm in the alleyway.
Pedro, stay with, hello, look at me, Pedro, hello, look at me. Are you here? Are you with me?
Pedro.
Hey,
boss.
Oh my God. No.
All right. Pedro.
No. Hey.
I need you to relax. I need you to calm down. Give me a second.
Huh?
Pedro. Hey, put pressure on him. Edwards, put pressure.
Pedro.
Pedro. Hey, I need you to calm down, Mama. I need you to calm down. What's GW? Right there in the top.
Hey.
She's not calming down.
No, hey, look at me, please. No. Hello, Pedro, hey, look at me, please. Pedro, I can do that. Pedro, please. Hey, Pedro, please. Pedro, please, stay with me. Oh my God. No! Pedro, please!
I need you to back up, please. I need you to back up. Back up, please. Pedro! Stay up. You're fired. Public competition.
You okay? Careful.
It didn't. It's still the one shot. Refresh your screen.
Okay. Oh, please.
At this point, she's starting to be a hindrance to the first aid.
Just tell them we're going to start to see. Hey, did rescue see where we're at? I heard the truck. I heard the truck. The truck should be on that side. Hey, girl. Hey, girl. Come on, Pedro. Stay with me. Yeah, relax. There you go, Pedro. Come on. Don't give up, Pedro. You got this, bro. Come on, bro. Hey. Pedro. Pedro.
Before her fire, they're showing all right. So, I'm leaving it. I'm trying to wrap it down at the 33 inch good.
You take it back up, please. Relax. Back up. Pedro. Hey, boss. Need you tell me what happened? Pedro. Who did this to you, bro? Come on, Pedro. Pedro. Hey. Pedro. Pedro. Hey, it's got a weak pulse. GSW to the right now. Okay. So it looks like a through and through.
The jury's watching the TV screen. It's set up right in front of them.
Yeah. When I got here, this is where it goes out. Edward. I'm gonna follow it down. Okay.
433, 423. 433 is off. Smoke in arrival, 33 visitor. Let's go for that. They're in the alleyway there and a large trade. If you can't hear it. Whatever. Okay. Sorry, sorry, moving on here.
Accurate. What? Just have him back. Where's she living? Let's start lifting it off.
So you have to start rolling up the air gun. Whatever, no more than how we do it, starting to roll off here.
Yeah.
You did the gas and rolling down the area.
Hey, Debbie, pull my car back. Pull my car back. Pull it back. Pull it back in this open spot.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I'll show you. I'm just thinking of arrival at 336.
Hey, get it back to the opening, Shane. Watch your feet. Backing up. Go ahead, Chef. Watch out, LT's coming back. Go ahead, Chevy, go. Hey, stop, Chef. Turn your wheel. All the way, all the way, all the way, all the way. Got the tree. Turn the wheel hard this way. This way? Yeah. Back it up.
Who's moving his car? Just a bystander?
Hey, pull forward.
He's trying to make room for the ambulance.
Right there.
Guy walks into court, punches the guy in the shoulder, shakes his hand, looks around. Not sure what he's doing. Dressed in shorts. Talking to somebody.
My patches. Right there above my headrest, brother.
The judge is going to like this. Puts on his glasses.
What? Look, right there above my headrest. Passenger side. Hey, thank you.
He wants the cushy chair. Don't think that's where he's supposed to sit. I think he's a cameraman. He's sitting next to a camera. He's the tech guy.
I'm just dropping off this whole information. Yeah, we're gonna probably have to go out to the road. If we could, we'll walk back that way. Yes. We'll have to put a car on that end.
We are watching the body cam response of the first responder to the scene where the victim was shot in the heel and somehow the leg with one bullet.
He left out. He had to come home, so she went looking for him. She found him in the alleyway, and she seen that he had in and out in the thigh, right thigh.
In and out in the thigh, so it went through his heel and then through his thigh with one shot?
I was at 17. I was at 17 and 14, and I heard like a pop, and I started driving this way. But I didn't hear it sounded more like a fire. So I started driving down 14, and then that's when they gave me the call. You got more this way, Shed? We got blood there.
If he was running and his foot behind him was high enough, could have gone through the heel and then in through it out in his thigh. But that's incredibly lucky, or unlucky as the case may be.
Somebody must have been driving. He was in the passenger. Hey, give me hey, somebody got a car? Have the call. Man, rescue's out with him, man.
So the ambulance is here now. He's already stopped responding. Lost consciousness.
Yeah. Yeah. Complete block of Fifth Street. Yeah. It wasn't even that long ago, bro. I heard a pop. So I started driving down there and they gave me the call. Yo. What? Hey, bro, please fish. Fish. Everywhere. 152, they said they found a possible scene.
That's 12. Right at 1289 Northwest 4th Street in Stratford. What are you about? According to the blood trail, he seems to be walking around in circles, double blocking off the entire street.
I'll do it. And I needed more west. Oh, that's good there.
That's good. Yeah, I'm going to 3-4.
Gotta get his info. Hey, Chevy, that's good stuff. Chevy, she's got it. Hey, Chevy, you got a vet? You got a weapon? I don't know, man. Can I rescue her? Can you get her info and then his info from her? Please. Yeah, this smoke's gonna have to. We're just gonna rebuild up the whole room. That's what I'm saying. We got these houses right here. Yeah, so we'll shut down the whole front, okay? And then also in the back. Somebody else got tape? Is your car close? Yeah, we'll buff this backside for now. Can we figure out what we got? All right.
They're closing off the crime scene, putting up crime tape
And now, where was that?
around the whole area, the whole alleyway. The responding officers had to say several times how he got there so quickly.
Hard to tell. They're getting his info and her info. Thank you, man. What you guys keep?
Yeah. 439. Details for 423. I'm going to be very good.
Yeah, they waited till he was non-responsive to say who did this to you. But a lot of times when the officer started trying to question Pedro,
Blood
the
everywhere.
defendant
We're gonna
started
block up
screaming.
this whole. Just block up the whole alley. He's been all over.
Let's see if we can do a call for day shift. If we get some music to come in early.
Yeah. Can go back a little bit more? Doesn't make sense, bro. Yeah, we're just gonna shut the whole alley down. I'll get her off. Yeah, somebody. This is it. No, they ain't coming out.
So, if there's anybody on this that we can clear, I believe we should have maybe 5 with the whole thing.
Oh. They ain't coming out. It ain't what it is. It's a homicide investigation.
So they're trying to free up some officers from this call, saying anybody we have that we can clear. David 5. Probably not needed here. Go back to your regular job.
They didn't give you a blanket for this guy. Fireman, leave a blanket. Let me see if I got one in my car.
Children, I'll be around. All right. Now, 1 No what?
Bro, you can't walk around the house, bro. You walked all over there. Yeah, bro, there's blood everywhere. There's blood in the SUV. Oh, that's good. Yeah.
Joey primary route.
Hey! Turn! Rescue out there? Is rescue out there? Can you get their info?
Should just have a few more minutes of this video. They said, I think it was 23 minutes long. I'm hoping they didn't say 53. Yeah, her story to the first responders is she doesn't know what happened. She just found him, and she thinks he was shot. So she has not owned up to firing it at this point in the narrative. It does make self-defense a difficult transition. But we know this defendant is capable of difficult things. Having become pregnant while in solitary, I mean, she's up for the challenge, I guess.
At one point, she said about my thought son was pregnancy when I was walking through the street. She said earlier today in the white van, I'm gonna make mom there's a passenger van, a white van said it was a white van with a couple of these friends. When he got back to the agitated, that's when I started walking around the circle, walking all over the place. Then she didn't see him for about 45 minutes, so she started driving and listening to talking back. So that's info there? Yeah. And little screen button.
Now, Officer Nicholson, do you remember the defendant telling you where she was before she got to the victim?
I don't recall.
But looking at your body worn, refresh your recollection. Is that portion?
Yes.
We're going to refresh the officer's recollection with the replay of the very beginning of the body cam for him, or at least pause in there.
Yeah, we're gonna probably have to go out to the road. If we could, we'll walk back that way. See, yes. Well, I'll put a car on that. No, I don't know nothing. She said, he left out. He hadn't come home, so she went looking for him. She found him in the alleyway.
It's a recollection request.
Yes, ma'am.
So where did the defendant tell you she was?
Originally, she was at her residence, and then she left looking for him.
And do you remember her mentioning Pedro hadn't come home, so she went looking for him?
Correct.
And then she mentioned she found him in the alleyway. Now, I want to talk about securing the scene. We saw your body worn that you secured the scene, so let's talk about it. When fire rescue left, did you begin an investigation into what had occurred?
When fire rescue left, at that point, we knew it was a homicide investigation. We don't investigate homicides, Miami-Dade does. So we secure the scene to conserve as much evidence as possible, and then we allow Miami-Dade to come and investigate what happened.
How did you secure the scene?
So different officers were shouting, as you could see in my body worn camera, there's blood here, there's blood here. So at that point, being the lead, I make a determination along with the supervisors to how big the scene is going to be. In this case, we ended up making the scene approximately probably 2 blocks, because it was between the alleyway and the main road.
Why did you secure such a large area of the scene?
There was blood in all those areas, approximately from the initial residence where we found the blood to about 2 or 3 residents away.
Officer Pickles, if I were to show you a picture of the scene that you were dispatched to on June 25th, 2022, would you recognize it?
Yes, I would.
Now, the record before counsel, witness would have been previously marked as stage 1B. The record reflects that I'm showing defense counsel.
That's a big picture.
Judge permission to approach the witness.
Did Kinko's make that for you, or
Yes,
you just
it's
have
a
a special
standing
printer?
permission.
The judge
Officer
explains.
Nicholson, do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I
Quit
do.
asking to
What
approach.
is the photo?
The scene that we of the incident.
The fair and accurate representation of the scene of the incident that you were dispatched to on June 25th, 2022.
Yes, it is.
Has it been altered in any way?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, I'm going to evidence what was previously marked as 1. It'll be admitted.
Saying exhibit 1B mark identification now becomes stay exhibit 3, Judge.
Good luck there, Alan. Hope you get seated on the jury and get to have that experience.
Judge, permission to publish? Sure. Permission to have the officer step down? Yes, we can step down. Okay. Officer Nicholson, can you please tell the jury where is it that you saw the blood trips?
The video will get
when
better
you
eventually.
secured the scene?
So initially,
Let's hold it up high so everyone can see from both sides of the jury seating.
So initially, the victim was located here. When I'm walking on the body camera, you see me walking with my lieutenant. We start walking this way. The little trail goes around over here. There was blood pool here. I'm down along the backside of this duplex. There's this trampoline goes on this side of the trampoline around to these vehicles. Blood pool here, and then it comes up and then back right into you.
So he was shot and he ran.
Oh, I'm sorry. On the secondary search, when I walked back by the vehicle, this is where the officers told me there was more blood in you.
Thank you, Officer Nicholson. Yes, you can come back. Now, you mentioned earlier that once it's a homicide investigation, Miami-Dade takes over.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you contact a detective from Miami-Dade?
Yes, I did.
What detective was that?
I believe it was Detective Morales.
And did you brief Detective Morales when he got there as to what you learned, observed?
Correct.
Moment to confer, Judge. Sure. Judge, no further questions.
All
Any
right, defense is up.
cross-examination?
Morning.
Morning, Mayor.
Good morning, sir.
You mentioned that this area where you saw Mr. Jimenez, without the flashlights and the lights from your car, you agree it's a rather dark area?
I do.
Like you said, it was pitch black, correct?
Yes, sir.
When you arrived, Miss Link was with Mr. Jimenez, correct?
Correct.
Had she rendered aid to him?
I don't know that answer.
Okay. Do you recall whether or not he had a tourniquet on his leg?
He had shorts. He had a shirt. I don't know if it was off of him, but it was there. But I'm not 100% as far as a tourniquet. A physical tourniquet, I didn't see.
Okay. But when you arrived, did she wave you down? Did she help direct you to where she was, to where Mr. Jimenez was?
As I pulled into the alleyway, I could see her. She was standing there, and yes, she was waving me down.
And you stated a moment ago that at this juncture, this is not a homicide investigation. Right now, the only focus is render aid to this person, correct?
That's correct.
And that's what Miss Link was doing too, correct?
When I got there, I seen her standing there. I didn't see as far as rendering, unless you consider her flagging me down, then yes.
All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Can you redirect? No redirect. And the
All
witness
right.
be excused? Yes.
Witness
You
is
can step down and
excused.
you're excused.
Witness number 2 is done. Much better witness than witness number 1, I believe. Witness number 1, good friend.
We're going to go ahead and take our lunch break now. It's 12:05. We'll come back we're going to start promptly at 1:15. So it's a little bit more than an hour for you all to plan accordingly. I'm going to ask that you all think about where you want to eat so that you do
we're
it
thinking.
as efficiently as possible so we can keep this moving. I will give you all coffee and snacks at 3 o'clock. We'll take a little mid-afternoon break. You can let Umberto know if traditional coladas are okay. That's what I normally get jurors, which is it's the normal ask, and I have some sugary snacks. Please follow my instructions about not talking about this case with
What about
anyone.
pina coladas?
Not doing any research on your own. I will ad nauseum repeat it over and over again just to remind everybody. I think that's all that I have for you all. Umberto will tell you where to meet him. It's probably going to be on the 3rd floor, but I'll let you all do that. You can go ahead and put your notepad in the envelope, make a little marking on the outside. It can be your initials, it can be a star, be a big old cross, whatever it is that identifies it as you. They are safe in the courtroom, and he'll make sure that you get them when we come back from lunch.
What if I identify
thank you very
with
much.
the middle
Follow
finger
Umberto outside.
gesture? Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, one more thing.
Sorry.
Every witness, every person that's related to this case, I've told them to ignore you. So no one should be talking to you about this case. If they do, tell me and tell Umberto immediately, all right? Thank you very much.
All right. We're going to zoom because we can. Give me a minute to... let's see. Zoom. Lunch was yummy. I think we've got it figured out now with video and audio. Lunch is over. All right. We who labor here seek only the truth. I feel like this is one of those quotes that should be said in the voice of Yoda. How will we do that? The truth only seek we, labor here we do. I don't know. Somebody fix that for me. How would Yoda say that? Beach bum. Yeah, the things you're hearing about this trial, that's not even this case. That's just what happened when she was in jail for this case. Daisy Link did, in fact, manage to get pregnant in an ingenious way. They thought up
Your client
a
is
transfer
alert.
system.
She's looking at me, she's listening, so I'll just let you and her have that conversation.
And Judge, yes, and I'll advise her, don't even look that way, communicate with anybody, just keep your focus on this side of the room.
I get emotions are high.
Yes.
And we all have to compartmentalize, and that's the way it's going to work in a court of law. The court will not tolerate anything less. Anything that I need to, anything else I need to address before we bring in another witness?
Nothing from the city.
I think we're ready based on.
Heather McGovern, welcome to the gallery. You're one of us now. You can never leave.
We're just going to bring down the jurors. So I'll record for now, or do you want me to just get close? You can close by, maybe about 10 seconds.
Carrot Bringer, I don't know how to answer your question. She literally did it herself. Men and women were kept in separate cells with cinder block walls between. The only thing that joined was a vent, and they used the vent system to, I guess they would call it like fishing through the vent for pregnancy material, which was then utilized. I don't know how else to explain this. Carebringer, I don't think you can have this type of situation that we're dealing with in this case, or not in this case, but surrounding this case, where it's not mutual. It literally was about as mutual as it could possibly get. So that's a topic for a different conversation, probably even a different channel.
So Mr. Alcala, once the jury is seated, we turn on the video.
I'm trying to sanitize this. Is that the right word? Laura Fry, we are on catch up right now. Yes. This was yesterday. We're trying to catch up on this case.
I think it can still be done.
That's why we're zooming through the breaks.
It's about 35 pages, which isn't bad for something. And whatever we don't finish by 10-15 or so, I'll just leave it on the trial.
I think we're just waiting for the jury to come back in. The audio's gone to crap again. The other case we were going to follow is right here.
The young man in the back is with who? I need your name.
Victor.
With who? Which side? What's your last name? Who are you related to? Who are you related to?
Who are you related to? No one.
So what brought you to this courtroom? What brought you to this courtroom?
Just a trial offer.
If you can't dispel my concerns, I'm going to ask you to leave. So you have to be more specific.
What in the world?
What brought you to this courtroom?
I always come here. I'm always around a bunch of trials.
I haven't seen you. You need to step outside until I talk to the lawyers and figure out if I'm going to let you back in.
Okay.
Thank you.
That is wrong. Oh my goodness. He literally said, I'm a trial hopper. I just watch trials. I haven't seen you. You need to step out until I talk to the lawyers and I dispel my concerns.
Does anyone recognize who he is? No. I didn't feel comfortable with him just saying, Victor, I'm a spectator, even though the courts are open to the public. Considering the attention this case has had, I don't feel safe for anyone who attended being here the way that he answered. I can have my bailiff follow up with him or have the liaison follow up with him. I'll probably just have the liaison follow up, that way it's 1 degree of separation between me and my bailiff. So we'll do it like that.
This is so wrong. Get this judge off the bench until she understands the law. I understand this is public. You can't remove them unless you have a reason to remove them. Now, I realize that reason could be you can't wear that shirt in my courtroom. It can be a very simple reason, but that is not right.
He hasn't identified himself, he's been here since this morning, so he's not an ASA or some lawyer, no. We're ready to go one more time, can I bring the jury? All right, let's go with the jury.
All right. Okay. Oh my goodness. It's time. It's time. Well, that's where the jury comes in, apparently. Flip-flops, bell-bottoms, Levi's. It looks like Nikes, cowboy. No, those are just loafers. I saw some. Are those Yeezys? I am floored by what she just did there. She required a member of the public to identify themselves, which she probably can do, but he didn't. I might have to go back and do that. But, oh my goodness. Makes me want to drive down to Florida and watch court.
Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear firm testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
Wish I could see who it was they kicked out.
Permission to continue, Judge? Yes. Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourself?
Yes. Dennis Aguilar.
Watch the jury.
Officer Aguilar, what department do you work for?
Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been in Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office?
Since January of 2024.
And how long have you been an officer in total?
Total going on 7 years.
Now, back in June 25th, 2022, what department were you working for?
With the Homestead Police Department.
And what was your current assignment back on that night?
Road Patrol.
Did you respond, Officer Aguilar, to 1237 Northwest 14th Street?
Yes.
Can you please tell the jury what your role was?
Basically, we discovered someone that was in the alleyway and that had been shot. And basically, I was there just trying to separate the other party while they were trying to help them.
When you say the other party, can you say who that other party was?
The female, I forget her name, but the defendant.
The defendant in the case?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you speak to the defendant that night?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask her what happened?
Yes.
What did she tell you happened?
She said that he had left the house 30 to 45 minutes ago.
I'll break it down. Who had left the house?
The victim.
Okay. You can continue.
Basically, she said that she heard screaming, and that's when she called the police.
So she told you the victim was at her house that night?
Yes.
Then she said she heard screaming.
Correct.
Did she tell you how she got to the alleyway?
She heard the screaming. I don't recall how she got there. I believe she drove.
No further questions, Judge.
That was quick.
No questions, Judge.
May the witness please speak? Yes. Thank you.
He said he's not related to anyone in this case. We're talking about the court watcher. Not related to anyone in this case. Just come in and watch court. Member of the public.
Judge, at this time, state calls Officer
She kicks him out.
Ayden. Please stand.
Does she have an injury or is that a tattoo? Is she showing an injury on her shoulder? I mean, I can see the star.
Raise your
But
hand, please. You solemnly swear affirm that testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourself?
Good afternoon, everyone. Deputy Edwards with Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office.
Deputy Edwards, how long have you been a police officer?
A little bit over 8 years now.
And I know you mentioned you work for the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office now. Back on June 25th, 2022, what department did you work for?
Homestead Police Department.
And how long have you been an officer?
With Homestead?
Yes.
3 years.
Now, I want to direct your attention to June 25th, 2022. Did you respond that night to 1237 Northwest 14th Street?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please tell the jury what your role was when you got to the scene?
I was the backup officer. I arrived, rendered aid to the victim, then I helped secure the scene.
Who were you a backup officer to?
Officer Nicholson.
Eventually that night, Officer Edwards, did you end up speaking to the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you end up speaking to her?
In the front of the residence.
About how long after that you arrived on scene to when you spoke to her, how much time had passed?
A few minutes, because she was there initially when we were rendering aid to the victim.
So you mentioned you were speaking to her in her house.
In the front of the residence.
Okay. Now, what did she tell you when you spoke to her?
That the victim wasn't a bad guy. She doesn't know who would do this to him. That he provides for the family.
You mentioned she said that she told you the victim wasn't a bad person.
Correct.
Had you asked her about the victim and what he did for work?
She pretty much just said that he goes out of town about 3 or 4 weeks at a time and provides for the family.
Provides for the family. And what did she tell you anything about their relationship?
She advised they were together for about 10 years and that they've had their ups and downs. However, she didn't know who would possibly do this to him.
Did you ask her what happened, how he got shot?
I asked her, but she advised me that after he arrived home, they were watching fireworks and then he went for a walk.
So she mentioned to you that they were together that night at the house?
Correct.
And that they were watching fireworks?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did you, based on what she was telling you, Officer Edwards, and based on everything, did you believe she was the one who shot him based on what she was saying to you?
Province of the jury.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
There's no answer, there's no strike. It's not sidewalk.
All right, we get some nice static, which is beautiful. Let's see. That I am so upset with this judge. I mean, maybe I'm reading this wrong. I need to go back and watch exactly what happened. But for her to kick out a member of public until she is satisfied that he's not related to anything, even though he said he's not related to anything in this case, not related to anyone on either side. It's like, what? You're not a student. You're not a law student. You're not a judicial assistant. You're not a, ASA. You're not. So get out of my courtroom. I realize it's open to the public, but until I'm comfortable with you being here, get out. I'm sorry. You just can't rule based on your feelings. And I think you should know that, being a judge of the law, that this is, I hope that this court has like 1 billion court watchers, that this place is full of people who just want to come in and watch during this trial. Because that judge needs to know what the law is and what it means to be open to the public. Sometimes judges think that they're the king.
Officer Edwards, when you were speaking to the defendant in front of the house, was she arrested at this point?
No, ma'am.
Was she in handcuffs?
No, ma'am.
Was she free to go?
Never thought you'd have to do a First Amendment audit.
I mean, she was free to go.
In a courtroom.
She was not free to go.
Was she free to move around the area?
Oh, yes. Yes, I let her move around.
Did you let her go in the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you let her go outside of the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Moment to confer, Judge. No further questions, Judge.
So, sir, just to be clear, she was not free to go, correct?
Correct.
So she was basically in custody at this point?
I wouldn't say in custody. I treated her as if she was a potential witness or involved to the incident. She was the wife of a deceased person, of a person who was shot.
Well, if she wasn't free to go, then obviously you, in your capacity as a law enforcement officer, you placed a restriction on her ability to leave. So she was, at least to some degree, in custody, correct?
And she was a witness to a homicide. She was a complaint.
In custody or not, sir?
She wasn't detained in custody.
All right. So you were asked specific questions about what she said to you. This conversation you had with her, was it recorded?
Sure was.
Okay. So the whole thing was recorded?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
Can you withdraw?
No, Judge. I'll redirect.
All right, you can step around.
Thank you.
Excuse, Judge.
Yes.
You're going to state calls Officer Ayden Rodriguez.
This one. Raise your right hand, please. You sound swear firm testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do.
Good afternoon, Sergeant. Can you please state your name for the record?
Yes, Yadiel Rodriguez.
And how long have you been a police officer / sergeant?
Police officer, 13 years, sergeant, about a year now.
Okay. And what department do you work for today?
The Homestead Police Department.
Okay. And then how long have you worked in total then for the Homestead Police Department?
7 years now.
So then I want to take you back to June 25th, of 2022. What was your role then in the Homestead Police Department?
I was a patrol officer.
Okay. Now, on that date, June 25th, were you dispatched to 1237 Northwest 14th Street in Homestead, Florida?
Yes, I was.
Okay. What exactly were you dispatched there in reference to?
The call came out, I believe it was a 214, a male that was shot, and he was located in the alleyway.
Do you mind explaining to the jury what a 214 is?
It's pretty much an emergency call, injuries, and then the dispatch advised that it was a male that had been shot.
Okay, so when you get those types of calls, is that your priority at the time then?
Yes, it's a priority call, so we go emergency mode, lights and fire.
So then you went to the scene then in emergency mode?
Yes.
All right, so about how long did it take for you to arrive then to that address?
Probably a couple minutes.
Minutes. And where exactly did you get in your car when you got there? Where were you?
When I arrived, I believe I parked on the east side of the alleyway. There was a couple officers already on scene, and then I started walking up towards where they said that they located the man, and I walked up the alleyway to where those units were at.
Okay, so what other officers or what people were there then in that alleyway?
I recall Officer Nicholson, who's now Sergeant Nicholson, Officer Chevalier, Officer Edwards, Officer Dennis Aguila. They were already on scene when I arrived.
So did you speak with any of them, or did you just get to work?
When I walked up, there was a couple of officers next to the male that was on the ground with fire rescue, and then they asked me to go ahead and go speak to the female on scene and try to get her information.
Okay. Now, you didn't assign that role to yourself, did you?
No, it was the primary officer, Officer Nicholson, who was with the male, so he wanted me to start assisting with getting the information from the female.
So then your role when you're on the scene is not to give out people assignments, it's just to do what you're being told right there then?
Yes, once you arrive, usually what happens is whoever's a primary officer who got assigned that call, they're the lead, unless a supervisor arrives there and starts delegating other tasks, but they're the lead, and then kind of get with them and see what they need.
So you've been now given the task to speak with who?
It was the female on scene. I don't recall her name. She was ended up being the guy's spouse or the guy's girlfriend.
And where was she located then?
She was off a couple feet off towards the front of the actual residence where she resided.
Now, when you first saw her, was she in handcuffs?
No, sir.
Was she walking around freely?
Yes, sir.
So then, as you're approaching her, how's her demeanor? What does she look like?
She looked anxious, a little irate.
Okay. And did you have a conversation with her?
Yes, I did.
What exactly were you talking about?
I asked her in reference to the male if she knew who he was and what was his name. I asked him in reference to their relationship, and then if she knew what happened, and just asked her pretty much anything that she knew in reference to what happened that night.
So what did she tell you about what happened?
She said that he had left in a white van. She wasn't able to describe if it was a work van or a passenger van with some friends of his. And when he returned, he was very flustered, I think is what the exact word she used. And he started walking around the area, and then she started driving around trying to find him. And that's when she found him on the alleyway.
So did she ever tell you that she was with him, or that he came out of a white van?
She said that he came back after the white van and he looked flustered and he just started walking around the neighborhood.
So as an officer who's being given this information, what's going through your head then about what you're looking for?
We started obviously sharing the information in reference to the white van, trying to locate that. I asked her in reference to the friends if she knew who they were, their names. She said no. And we just try to get whatever information we can in reference to obviously the statements that she's given.
So no names of who was driving it. Any time? Were you given any time that this van was in the area?
No, she said it had been several minutes, but she wasn't able to tell us the exact time frame.
Okay. Did her story seem consistent with what you observed on the scene?
At that time, no. Like I said, from what she was stating, she said she was driving around. The male was located in the alleyway, and he was like kind of behind some houses and stuff. So, me driving around, I wouldn't know how you'd be able to see him from the roadway.
Okay. So, did she ever go into detail about how she found the victim, or did she not talk about that with you?
No, the only thing she said, she was driving around and she saw him on the alleyway.
Now, Sergeant Rodriguez, did you have body-worn camera on that night?
Yes, I did.
And how exactly does that body-worn camera work?
Once we get out of the vehicle, we usually activate, and then it starts recording. Usually, once you turn it on, it takes, I think, depending on which mode you have it in, on sleep mode or ready mode, it records 30 seconds back. There's just no audio, and then the audio starts once you actually activate.
Okay. So was your body-worn camera then activated that night?
Yes.
I'm now showing defense has been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 1E. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to review that?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of your body-worn camera on June 25th, 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, State moves to introduce what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 1E into evidence at this time.
State Exhibit 1E, marked for identification, now becomes State Exhibit 4, Judge.
Your Honor, permission to publish State's Exhibit 4?
How long is it since you've had preview?
Yes, Your Honor, it's about 5 minutes.
Sure.
Now we get to watch it from the side like this. This will be great. If we squint just right and imagine, we might be able to see what's happening.
Yeah, it's fine.
The purpose?
18. And that.
Now we can't hear. Where does he live? Don't want the address.
Please.
And what's the date of birth, do you know?
5689.
And what's your number?
I've been with him for 9 years.
married? Just going out?
I've been with him for 9 years and I have 2 years now.
Do you know where he was at tonight?
He was here.
The whole time?
No, he was here.
Is she plugging her ears?
He initially was with some of his fucking friends. I don't know what the fuck their name is. And he came back home and he was flustered. He was really flustered. And he wouldn't talk to me. He kept fucking leaving over and over again, walking around, over and over again, walking around, coming back, walking around, coming back, walking around, coming back. And finally, you could hear him, you could hear a wail, you could hear him wailing. And I drove around to see. The second time I went through, I seen him laying on the floor.
I didn't say you could hear where.
You could hear somebody screaming, help.
You know, you call for patient, you can come in early.
Gonna boost it a little bit here.
When I seen him, he was bleeding everywhere. He was bleeding everywhere. I only found one. I only found one hole in his leg. I don't know if there's another one, but I only found one.
And when you say he was walking around, what was he walking around? His neighborhood? Or just a certain place?
I don't know if it was just in the same place or if it was all around the neighborhood. I don't know. The last time I saw him before this, it was about 30, 45 minutes.
Where was he?
When I found him, exactly where he was. Walking. I saw him walking this way. Walking through here. Walking this way. I'm just walking through here.
So on the record?
I'm just acting this way.
Do you know the friend's name that he was with?
No, I don't.
What did they look like?
He just left in a white van.
Yep.
Is he breathing?
Just
No, is he breathing?
You said the type of white man was it?
It was just like, I don't fucking know. It's just a white van. I don't know. I don't know. It was a white van.
Not sure what the significance of the tattoos are. Lots of dots on one arm. Almost like they were self-drawn.
How many friends was he with? Can you please come over here, please?
With a whole bunch of, I would say, lower artistic value tattoos on one arm. I think she might have done them if she was right-handed.
Give me information. I love this. Yes. 5, 6, 6. Yeah. So those are for us. Okay.
We're almost done with this one.
Yeah, we got a date. I need you to sit down and say, just give us a few minutes. There's people with him right now. I don't even go over there. Mom, still please take it on a single day.
Please.
What is the need for me to go over there? There's already people over there.
Please, can you just see if
Please go behind the
Can
table.
you please see if he's
What's the
breathing?
name on everything else? Let me know. Try to get out of
Can you please just see if he's breathing, please?
I need you to listen to me. Please go behind the table.
That's the end.
Now, they're watching your body on camera. When you were speaking with the defendant, did she know at this point in time who the victim was?
Yes.
And did she tell you about the relationship?
Yes.
Got to boost it. Hang on.
Did you learn about the victim's job at that time through your conversation with her?
Yes, she said he was a truck driver.
And did you understand what the defendant meant when she said, he's not into that shit?
No.
Now, what did you do after you had this conversation?
At this point, I went over to Officer Nicholson, who was the primary officer, on scene that day. I handed him the information that I gathered from the defendant, the victim's name and information. I gave it to him, and then I don't know if you can hear on the radio, there was quite a few calls pending, so I started to head out to where my vehicle was to go, handle the other calls. And I think on the way back, I spotted like a trail of blood, and I had to come back and advise him again. And then after that, I left.
So you noticed a trail of blood. How much blood was it? Was it a lot?
It was a lot.
Now, where exactly do you remember this by, that blood?
From the alleyway, and I kind of followed it in between two vehicles where there's about two like puddles of blood there.
Do you notify anyone?
Yes, I spoke to Officer Edwards, and I advised him of it. And then, like I said, I had to go back to answer, to help out with the other calls that were pending on the city.
Now, do other officers that are responding there with you have body-worn camera?
Yes, sir.
I'm now showing defense what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 1H. Now, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to review that body-worn camera?
Yes.
Is it your body-worn camera, though?
No.
But did you see yourself on there?
Yes.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of what you saw and what you were doing on June 25th, 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, State moves to introduce what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 1H into evidence at this time.
State Exhibit 1H, marked for identification, now becomes State Exhibit 5, Judge.
And how long is it? So we just have a preview of what to expect.
Yes, Your Honor, 2 minutes.
2-minute video?
Your Honor, permission to publish State's Exhibit 5?
I'm reading Florida's open courts access laws.
You didn't get anything out of it, right? Like, you haven't heard what happened. The wife was you're not a constant student, and then.
Someone just came in the door. Who was that? Our spectator? Nope. His lawyer.
Oh, the way it's going that way.
This dude bled a lot, he says.
That photo there, the way it's flat? The way it's like full? No, not full, but splat. Like the amount of splat. Now it's coming in an angle type shit, it's not like these, as it's right straight down. What's supposed to be on the front.
So, what did we just see you there doing?
We were following the trail of blood, and then we located in between the vehicles a couple different puddles of blood.
Now, we heard a little bit of conversation regarding splatter. Are you a blood expert or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. So you were just speaking out loud about what you were observing, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, what exactly were your roles then throughout this entire investigation?
I was just assisting. My role mainly was to gather the information from the defendant and the information that I could gather for the victim. And then once I was able to grab that, like I said, I had to end up leaving to go assist with the other calls that were pending in the city.
So you completed your role and then you left?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, this wasn't your investigation, right?
No, sir.
You were just doing your job?
Correct.
Your Honor, no further questions.
No cross.
Okay, so there's no cross-examination. You can step down.
Puts on the sunglasses. I'll do it. No. I really want to know who that court watcher was.
Yes, Your Honor. State call Detective Suyapa Hubbard.
Detective Hubbard?
Yes. Hubbard.
Hubbard.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
It's possible this judge might be in violation of a clause called neglect of duty.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
For failure to
Please
ensure
state your name
public
for the record.
access is available.
My name is Suyapa Hubbard.
And what is your current occupation?
I am a deputy sheriff.
And how long have you been a deputy sheriff?
I have been a deputy sheriff for 16 years.
So, what is your current assignment with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office?
I am assigned to the Homicide Bureau as a homicide detective.
And how long have you been a homicide detective?
5 years.
Now, within those 5 years, do you receive any type of specialized training or have to do any training?
Yes.
What exactly is it?
Well, it's learning how to investigate homicides. There's different aspects of deaths and how to identify and collect evidence and how to do that properly.
So, were you working as a homicide detective on June 24th and 25th of 2022?
Yes.
And how exactly did you first get involved here in this case with Ms. Link?
So we work as a team concept and my team was on call. I received a phone call that a homicide had taken place and I was requested to respond and assist with the investigation.
So you just said you work as a team.
Yes.
What do you mean? How do homicide detectives work as a team? What do you guys do?
How it's organized, there's a sergeant assigned and then you have a team of either 3, 4, or 5 detectives that work together each investigation.
Now, are you guys given specific roles or are you all the lead in this?
No. Typically the sergeant will assign a detective within that team as the lead. So the lead then will assign the other detectives different tasks.
Did you respond to 1237 Northwest 14th Street in Homestead, Florida?
I did, yes.
Now, that's in Homestead, and you said you're with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office. How do you get called out to Homestead?
Because there's certain jurisdictions within Miami-Dade County that do not have a homicide team. Therefore, there's an agreement between the Sheriff's Office and those municipalities. And so we go in and we investigate homicides that happen within those jurisdictions.
Now, this address that you responded to, is that in Miami-Dade County?
Yes.
Okay. So, around what time did you arrive to the scene?
I arrived at the scene at 6:18 in the morning on Saturday.
And when you arrived, was the victim already determined to be deceased?
Yes.
Okay. So when you first get to the scene, who do you speak with first?
Well, I made contact with my sergeant, Jason Wade.
What exactly did you learn from your conversation with your sergeant?
My sergeant then indicated that Detective Joseph Cruz was going to be assigned as the lead detective for this case.
Okay. Did you ever speak with Detective Cruz?
Yes.
And did he give you any specific tasks or assignments?
Yes. Detective Cruz requested that I document and work with crime scene, with the scene portion of the scene of the investigation, and also to document the body.
Okay. So you said your task is to document, but what specifically are you documenting?
I'm documenting the scene, so taking note of everything specifically of evidentiary value within that scene, and to determine how big that scene is, and just note everything that's in there.
So in order to document the scene, do you ever have to do a walkthrough of the entire area, or?
Yes, so preliminarily, once the crime scene detectives arrive, we're gonna work together to make sure that we don't miss anything. And we at first do a walkthrough through the scene.
And what did you learn from your walkthrough?
Well, that there was blood throughout quite an extensive scene, which started on the west side of the duplex. So the duplex that we were responding to is 1237. Just to the north of that, attached to that structure, is another duplex, which is 1255. There was a large tree just west of that entrance to 1255, and that tree had blood on the exposed roots. So once I see that, that's my starting point for where I see blood. Then following the trail, I follow that trail towards the southern part in between that structure of duplexes and another structure of duplexes that are just west of the 1237 and 1255. There was a large concrete pad. In that concrete pad, there's 3 sets of droplets, and they are traveling west and south. From that pad, there's also a concrete walkway that exits out to the southern part of those other set of duplexes on the west side. There was vehicles there. I followed the blood trail through those vehicles. There was 3 vehicles parked from east to west. There was a white pickup, there was a gray SUV, and then there's a green pickup. In between the gray SUV and the green pickup, there was blood. Specifically, I saw a lot of blood on that passenger door of the green pickup and on like the step up, on a step that's on the outside of that pickup truck.
The guy
The blood trail then
wearing green
follows
is playing like
west
Minesweeper or something.
into a grassy area. That grassy area is on the west side of the west structure of duplexes. I follow that blood trail towards an alleyway that's on the north side. There's a vehicle right before you enter the alleyway. That vehicle also had blood. I follow the trail then now into the alleyway, and just west of the trail, I observed the victim's body covered with a yellow tarp.
Now, I'm now showing defense what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 1C. It is. I have State's Exhibit 3 here, as well as C. Do you recognize this image and the second image?
Yes.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of the property that you were just describing?
Yes.
You want a statement was to introduce us to mark for identification purposes, State's Exhibit 1C into evidence.
No objection. State Exhibit 1C marked for identification now becomes State Exhibit 6.
And Your Honor, permission for the detective to stand?
Yes. Third, just like with the other witness, as high as possible, so both sides will be able to see.
Yes, Your Honor.
The reference was finished and evidence will go back in with you into the witness.
Wow.
Now, detective.
Hold it higher.
Where exactly did you start following this blood trail? If you could just mark it for the jury.
Okay. There's this large tree here, and then these are the duplexes that I was referring to. So I started the blood trail. I noticed I started here at the roots of this tree.
Yeah.
What would you like to do?
You can mark out the circle.
Yeah. Blue pen on black.
And then
Great.
where did you finish following the blood trail to?
Oh, we're really zoomed in.
Through here, the vehicles that I was telling you. So there's this concrete pad here.
He's holding it really high.
You go through here.
She can barely
reach. That green pickup where I saw a lot of the blood. Then the trail goes on this grassy area along the west side. Following this other vehicle where I told you I saw blood. And then this is the entrance to the alley. So following this, all the way to under these trees here, that's where the body.
So he ran all the way around the apartment complex and back out to the alley. Wow. Yeah. If only we had an Elmo and a highlighter.
So, when you said you arrived to where the body was located, you saw that it was covered in a yellow blanket.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Well, it's to preserve the evidence and preserve the body and to give respect to that deceased person as well.
Can you tell us a little bit about the body?
Yes. The victim's body was supine on the ground, and there was a gunshot wound to the right thigh.
What do you mean by supine?
Face up. He was laying face up.
Now, the gunshot wound was left or right thigh?
Right.
Do you have to, as you had said, you're documenting the scene and the body, so what does that mean? What are you doing with the body then?
I have to examine the body, touch the body, take the clothing so it can be documented. If we see any defects on it, that gets also documented along with crime scene. So they'll be taking photographs of everything that I'm showing them. So also of the wounds, we document the wounds with a photograph, and I also take notes and document it for my report.
Okay. What was the victim wearing then when you were observing the body?
So the victim had on a gray tank top, black shorts, black underwear, black socks, and black shoes with a white sole.
Can you describe the condition of the clothes?
The clothing was blood soiled, and shorts had, hole where the gunshot wound went through, and it was wet and soiled.
So after you document this and make all your observations, what's the next step in your investigation?
After that, I coordinate with the medical examiners, and they're going to take the body to the medical examiner's department for a autopsy. And after that, I assist with whatever else is next to do in the scene or with the case. In this case, I interviewed an individual by the name of Joel Gramajo Perez.
Okay, and who was Joel Gramajo Perez?
Hell,
a
Grandma
neighbor.
Perez.
Now,
go.
after you
closed
speak with this
captioning.
neighbor,
Hell,
do
Grandma.
you document this conversation?
I did, yes.
And where does that lead you to next?
So after I conclude that interview with him, I assisted with a search warrant and a search by K-9 Detective Victor Gill.
So let's break that up. We have two separate things there. You're executing a search warrant. What are you doing? What are you looking for? What's the goal of that?
The search warrant was of the 1237 Northwest 14th Street. And the goal of that is to collect more evidence, see what else we can find in there that can help us piece together the events that took place and that led to the victim's death.
Did you locate anything inside the home then, you and your fellow officers?
Yes.
What did you discover?
There was a Ring camera that was collected.
Now, after all those observations and executing the warrant, you had mentioned that there's a K-9 unit as well too.
Yes.
Did you call that K-9 unit, or were they just helping you on the scene?
I don't recall if it was myself personally that called them, but they do get called out to all of our homicide investigations, especially those that involve guns shootings. They have a dog that is trained to detect ballistic evidence. So whether it's a gun, a bullet, a spent casing, that's what they do. They're pretty good.
But you're not the one that's handling the K-9, you're just observing?
Correct. I happen to be on scene, but that is something that is completely done by the K-9 detective and his K-9.
Okay. If they locate anything, do they inform you?
Yes.
Did they locate anything?
They did. So Detective Gill told me that the dog hit on...
Without,
He's gonna ask another question.
without telling us the contents, did you see him locate anything?
Yes. A gun was located inside an areca palm in front of or west of 1237.
Okay. Was it on someone else's property?
No.
Okay, that palm tree was then on whose property then?
It's just west of the front door of 1237 Northwest 14th Street.
Now, after you accompanied the detective that located that, what did you do next?
Okay, so once we have a gun, it gets documented with crime scene, like everything else that we document together. So it's photographed and then it gets impounded so that it can get further testing on it. After that, I made notification to the victim's family.
And is that something that you have to do as part of every homicide investigation?
Yes.
And who did you notify?
I spoke to the victim's father.
Now, did you do anything else on Saturday, June 25th, 2022?
No.
When's the next time that you get back involved with this investigation again then?
The very next morning, I returned back to the scene.
Now, what do you do when you're back on the scene?
Well, I requested for another K-9 detective to respond to conduct a secondary search for ballistic evidence.
Why is it important then to do a secondary search then?
So as the investigation evolves, we learn more information. In this case, we learned the defendant said that the shooting took place on the east side of 1237 Northwest 14th Street, which would be the rear side of that duplex. Therefore, we need to go and look for evidentiary anything of evidentiary value at that point, more specifically casing or anything of ballistic value.
Okay. Is this the same canine unit from the day before, or is this a new canine unit?
No, this is a different canine unit.
So, did that canine unit locate anything? Because I know you had mentioned the first one had found a firearm, but did this unit find anything?
No, their search yielded negative results. There was nothing else found.
Did any of the canine units find any type of shell casing of a bullet?
No.
So after this secondary search with another canine unit, where do you go next?
Well, I had right before we called them, they have to come out. So there was a gap of time. I went and accompanied one of my team members, Detective Morales, to go view a surveillance camera that we had found.
What did you see in that footage?
In that footage, at 3:13 in the morning, the victim is observed on the alleyway. Shortly after that, the defendant's vehicle is observed driving from west to east on the alleyway. Then at 3:21, that vehicle approaches from the west towards the east, and the victim's body is laying on the ground. The defendant exits the vehicle, runs towards where the victim is, goes back to the vehicle, and then returns back to where the victim is and starts tending to the victim.
And you saw that video footage firsthand?
Yes, I did.
So, after you review that footage, is it your job then to collect that video footage?
No.
Okay. Someone else's job then?
Correct.
So, where does your investigation then go next?
Then after I saw the video, then I went and made contact with the other canine detective. After I do that, I went back to try to make contact with the victim's mother.
And did anything else happen on Sunday, June 26th of 2022?
No.
Was that the end of your investigation?
No. I continued to look for leads. I did an area canvas, basically go door to door to talk to all the neighbors. I also went back to talk to the victim's family. There was an individual, and all we had was that his name was Kevin. But we wanted to interview him because I learned that the victim had spent some time with Kevin right before he got killed. So I wanted to know the specifics of that. And I also knew that there was a woman that went to look for the victim, and then the victim left, and that was the last time that Kevin saw the victim alive.
So you didn't know Kevin's last name at first, correct?
I did not.
Did you eventually find it out?
Yes.
And what was his full name then?
Kevin Bonilla.
So overall, did you do anything else in this investigation?
No.
So then, one last time, what exactly was your role then in this homicide investigation?
To document and process the scene and the body. I also interviewed a neighbor. I then talked to the victim's family, and I also conducted an area canvass of all of the houses within the area so that I can speak to anyone, and basically just looking for any witnesses that can help us piece this together.
Your Honor, a moment to confer.
Might be done with a direct. I wonder what that stapler is hidden there for. Is that like a self-defense stapler? And what is in that bottle? A bottle's like jammed in there. Barely fits. Got a highlighter, post-it notes, a stapler, and a bottle of something. What does a witness need those things for?
Your Honor, the state has no further questions at this time.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir.
So, I think your testimony was that Joseph Cruz was the lead detective in this case, correct?
Correct.
Were you working under him, or were you his co-lead? I mean, what was your role more specifically in this case?
As I stated before, he was a lead, yes, and he tasked me with the scene and the body portion of the case.
Other than the specific task that you yourself performed, or as one of the detectives, you're privy to the rest of the information in the investigation, correct?
Yes.
Now, Detective Cruz at some point interviewed Miss Link, correct?
Yes.
Were you present for that interview?
I was not.
You were not. Can you tell us whether or not any of Mr. Jimenez's belongings, clothes, personal effects, things of that nature, whether there were any of such items in that home on that night?
I don't recall. You would have to ask the detective that took the lead on that search. I was just merely assisting.
And I intend to, but as somebody who's privy to all the details of the investigation, as you sit here right now, are you saying that you're not able to tell us whether or not Pedro Jimenez had any belongings in this home, which the state has claimed was his home at that time?
No, I cannot answer that. I was not tasked with that documentation.
Thank you. No further questions.
I'm sorry.
Yes, Your Honor. So, Detective, you're not the one that's personally executing the search warrant, correct?
Correct.
There are other officers that have that role?
That's correct.
Okay. And your main job was to document just the items associated with the actual homicide, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, just because you don't remember what was found inside the home doesn't mean stuff was found inside the home, correct?
Correct. That's why we work as a team, because it's a lot of information and we want to capture everything and be extremely detailed. So that's why we have to divide the tasks to make sure that everything is done correctly.
And that was not your task, correct, to search inside the home and document that?
That's correct.
Your Honor, the state has no further questions.
Thank you. You should now step down, right? Yes, you now step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
There goes witness number 6 in the trial. Just flying through them.
Judge, at this time, the state calls Robert Cisneros to the stand.
Is he an officer?
I'm sorry?
Is he an officer?
No, Judge. He's a firefighter. Can you remark this one? Firefighter, Judge.
Firefighter.
Yes. But he wasn't not on the scene.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yeah, please be sure.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Robert Cisneros.
Mr. Cisneros, what do you do for a living?
I'm a firefighter paramedic,
And what department do you work for as a firefighter?
City of Miami,
How long have you been a firefighter?
22 years.
And where do you currently live?
1300 Northwest 15th Street in Homestead, Florida.
How long have you lived in the Homestead area?
All my life since I was a child, with that particular residence since 2000.
Now, I want to direct your attention to June 25th, 2022. Were you working that night?
I was working on that.
Around what time would you say you got home that night?
I get off shift about 7:30, so it takes me about 45 minutes to get home. So about 8:15, 8:20.
So you got home 8:15, 8:20 on June 25th, the morning of June 25th?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And as you were getting home, approaching your neighborhood in Homestead, did you see anything?
On 15th Street, which is also 304th Street, as I'm approaching my house, there's an elementary school, and then there's 12th Avenue. I did see a big police presence down that side street. And then, but yeah, to answer the question, I did see a lot of police presence.
You mentioned you saw a lot of police presence. Did the police ever try and go speak to you at your house that morning?
Yes, they did later in the morning.
Why did they go speak to you?
They, I believe I'm not mistaken, it was initially a Homestead police officer, because they did notice that my cameras in the back of my residence, one of them does point towards the alleyway that's behind my property.
You mentioned that you have a camera in the back of your residence that points towards the alleyway.
Yes.
How close is your house to that alleyway, would you say?
My backyard is very small. My property line, it's from the back of my house to the property line or the fence is about 5 feet. I pretty much don't have much of a backyard.
It's tiny.
So the camera does, it's not really intended to look into the alleyway, but it does see some aspects of the alleyway.
So it's close to the alleyway?
Yeah, it's very close.
And how many cameras do you have in total in your house?
I want to say I have 7.
What type of cameras are they?
Digital. They're hardwired. They're not internet connected cameras. They digitally records to a digital video recorder that's inside my house.
DVR.
If I were to show you, Mr. Cisneros, a photo taken of the scene of your house that shows those cameras facing that alleyway, would you recognize it?
Yes.
Now directing court counsel and witness to what has been previously marked as 1I. Let the record reflect that I show defense counsel. Judge, permission to approach the witness?
You have permission. This is a murder trial.
Mr. Cisneros, do you recognize this
The defendant
photo?
shot.
Yes.
What is that
allegedly.
photo of?
That is the back of my house.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the back of your house on June 25th, 2022?
Yes.
Has it been altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, I now move into evidence what has been previously marked as 1I.
No objection.
Thank you. So you
State Exhibit 1I, marked for identification, now becomes State Exhibit 7, Judge.
Permission to publish, Judge, to the jury. Now, Mr. Cisneros, were your cameras recording that night?
Yes, they were.
And did the officers that came to your house, you mentioned they wanted access to that camera?
Yeah. Initially, the Homestead police officers asked if they were working, and I did let them know they were. And then later on, I believe Dade County detectives showed up, and they wanted to see the footage, and I allowed them into my house, and we reviewed the footage of that night.
So you mentioned detectives came to your house to see the footage. How many detectives came to see that footage?
If I recall correctly, it was a female detective and a male detective. Unfortunately, sorry, I don't know forgot their names.
No worries. Did you show them the footage?
Yes, we went over together. I was standing next to them when we saw what they were looking for, what they wanted to look for.
Were you standing next to them the entire time that footage was playing?
Yes.
What did you see in that footage that you reviewed with the detectives that day, Mr. Cisneros?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay, best evidence.
Sustained.
Judge, may we go sidebar?
Sure.
They're asking for him to describe what he saw in the video. The best evidence objection means we have video. It should speak for itself. Let's just watch the video, right? Instead of having you interpret what happens. Yes, this... those of you who said, why is this, what's the guy in the yellow shirt doing? He's actually wearing a white shirt. The color balance is off. White balance needs to be adjusted. I believe that the walls in this courtroom that are painted are white. And most of the clothing that looks yellow is white. You can see on the flag where the parts of the flag where we know should be white, both on the Florida flag and the U.S. flag, they're just a teeny bit yellow. So that needs to be adjusted. Do we get to see the video? Sort of is the best we can say on that one. But I think, well, either way, we're going to get a synopsis of the video with some pretty good audio. So, wondering why the state says we should go sidebar. I don't know how they would win this objection. Are you not going to submit the evidence? Are you going to say it got lost? If it got lost or deleted accidentally or something, is no longer available, and this is now the best evidence? Don't know. Do we have the approximate timestamp of when she threw out that court observer? Bravo Chick, I'll have to go back and watch. It was right before the jury came in. So if you watch for the jury's feet, if you're scrolling through, it was right before then. And I'll have to go back and hear what, because I sort of joined, I was sort of tuning her out as they were just talking in court. I'll have to go back and watch and possibly even sometime when I'm not recording on my other machine. I have to go back and see what happened. There are some reasons she can kick someone out of court, but generally in the U.S., if you have not done something wrong, you're following decorum, right? And that can include how you're dressed. Can't get kicked out of court.
Also, not a bad idea to have a comfort break an hour or so after lunch. If the coffee's ready, I'll bring it in now with the snacks. So I'll ask the set for that. So we'll be in there for about 10 minutes. Okay, so.
All right, the jury.
Let's see if she addressed this issue really quickly. Don't think she does. Yeah, she's big on coffee and snacks. So, all right. Let's fast forward. Let's zoom because we can. I think we're almost done for the day on this one. Okay, here we go. All right. Give us a minute. Usually the audio starts sort of abruptly, so buckle up. Still waiting. Tell me I didn't screw that one up. No, that was perfect. Up and down we go.
Evidence or admissible in court. It looks like they are. If the state can lay the foundation of how this evidence is quote unquote not available at this time. I don't know if you're going to be able to get into this witness.
I am, Judge.
He's going to say what?
So if I can proffer to the court, this witness will testify that he was present when the detectives tried to remove the DVR to then take it to recording, but within that process, it got destroyed. This witness will testify to that.
The detectives broke his security cameras.
When you lay the foundation, it seems like we can get him, meaning what he saw, which is substantively evidence, his observations,
yes,
instead of the actual surveillance from his video system, right?
Yes, Judge, he saw this video.
Okay. Do you want to object or do you want to be heard?
I want to want to hear the witness about what happened with the technical issues.
So why don't we bring him in before we actually have him testify in front of the jury, like a cleaner way to do that.
And Judge, I will preference that defense can voir dire this witness. However, the court is aware that we have two witnesses, one being an expert in the DVR process who will best describe and will testify how exactly this video got destroyed.
Yeah, but you want him
Understood, Judge.
But you want him to testify before these other two, right?
Yes.
So if I understand your proffer, he's not only going to lay the foundation for this quote unquote missing evidence, he's also going to tell us what the evidence is, right?
Yes, Judge. Thank
So
you
why
so
don't we call the other two witnesses maybe before, or maybe call him after those two witnesses? It sounds like you want to lay the foundation. Additionally, you want to lay additional foundation with those two other witnesses, right? Regarding his home surveillance?
Yes.
So are they outside?
No, Judge, they're not outside right now.
Why don't we bring him back in? And then we'll give the defense an opportunity to provide our argument.
Danny Morales is outside, but Zuleika Fernandez, who's the video forensic retrieval expert, is testifying tomorrow.
So, but you guys believe that based on his testimony today, you can lay the foundation to get the substance
Yes.
into evidence?
Yes.
All right, let's go ahead and bring him in.
That's fine.
Okay, I posed what was a shot in the dark type scenario, why they would allow this witness to testify about this information, and it appears to be exactly what the situation is. I did not know in advance. The video got destroyed. The copy that they tried to get got, and the original got deleted. There is no video. What was observed with the police, 2 detectives in that resident's home, that's all there was. It's gone now. So we only have their recollection as best evidence.
State, why don't you lay the foundation, or Mr. Gomez, you want to go before the state, or you want to walk right?
The judge's mic has been off for a while, so.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So, first off, tell me about this camera system that you had.
It's a little on the older side. It's a digital video recorder. All the cameras are hardwired to it. Like I mentioned before, none of them transmit. There's no Wi-Fi access to them direct to each camera. All the recordings go to a digital video recorder.
So the cameras are, these are hardwired cameras. They're a little older.
Yeah.
They all transmit what they record to a DVR machine, right?
Yeah, through a wire, not through
a wire.
Signal. Yeah.
Through a wire. The DVR machine is in your home, I presume?
Yes.
Did the police take the DVR machine at some point?
Yes, because they attempted to download the image that they wanted at my house, but they couldn't do it for whatever reason. So the forensics personnel from Dade County took the DVR to their lab. But in the process, unfortunately, the video was gone.
Well, you weren't present when that happened, right?
No.
You don't know how the video became destroyed or deleted?
No, I mean, I can only speculate, but...
No, I don't want you to speculate.
No, in the process from them taking the DVR to their lab, and they had it for some time. I can't give you an exact timeline, maybe a few weeks.
Did you get it back?
They returned it.
So when you got it back, was it working?
It still worked. Just that whatever it does record, it's
they
just
deleted it.
For whatever reason, I guess when it was without power for so long, the hard drive just it doesn't hold the memory.
When you got it back, were any of the old videos still on it?
No, there was nothing on it. The memory was blank.
So before the police took it from your home, the DVR, it had footage from that day and before, correct?
Yes.
None of that footage was available on the DVR when you got it back, correct?
No.
All right. Now you're not able to say whether the machine deleted it on its own or whether it was deleted by somebody else.
No, I can't.
Okay.
I want to pause. You know what was said down there?
This sounds shady. It sounds fishy. Something's not right here. the machine doesn't. The hard disk drives don't just forget when the battery's down. I've got hard disk drives from years ago that are still just. I plug them in, they're still going to work just as good. Yeah, that's what he said.
They have snacks and coffee that you buy for 10 minutes or so. You can continue.
Such a noisy court.
So I want to back up a little bit. You said that you played this video for some police officers and you stood there with them while they watched.
Yes.
Now, when they were watching it, is it on? Do you have a monitor that's just for playing the different camera angles?
My main TV in my living room, that's where the digital video recorder is located adjacent to it. So I can see the cameras through that, my TV.
All right. And how many different cameras are there?
There are 7.
7. So on that one TV, you can see 7 different screens, correct?
Yes.
And you watched this with how many other officers?
I want to say initially, if I'm not mistaken, I did show it to the first Homestead police officer that arrived. And then some time later in the day, the 2 detectives from Dade County arrived and I showed them the same thing.
Okay, so you showed it to a Homestead police officer first. Was that a uniformed officer?
Uniformed officer, yeah.
Did he have a body-worn camera?
I don't
know. He had a little box that looked like a camera on his chest?
I can't recall.
Can you tell me what his name was?
No.
Okay. So you did that first, and then you did it with 2 other officers?
Yeah, 2, the Dade County detectives. They were in like office style, plainclothes.
Plainclothes detectives?
Yes.
Did they have any body-worn camera or other type of recording device?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. But it did play, correct?
Yes, it did play.
So at what point did you learn that it wasn't working, or did you not learn that?
Not that day, because the forensics team actually arrived to my house because they wanted to download it directly, but they just, for whatever reason, they couldn't download it right there, so they wanted to take the device to their lab. So then that, like I mentioned before, in that process, in between taking it to the lab, the video that we saw was gone.
So it sounds like you viewed it on 2 occasions. The first occasion with 1 officer from Homestead and the second occasion with 2 detectives, correct?
Yes.
The first occasion with the Homestead officer, did he make any attempts to record it in any other way?
No.
Okay. And it was working fine as far as you know on that occasion?
Yes.
On the second occasion when there were 2 detectives, the video was working fine as far as you know, correct?
Yes.
Did those detectives make any efforts to record it at that juncture?
No.
No. So somebody picked it up, and when they left with it, as far as you knew at that time, was it working fine?
Yeah.
There was nothing wrong with the video, it played fine?
Correct.
All 7 cameras were functional as far as you knew?
Yes.
Until the police took it and left your home?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned a moment ago that they were trying to download it
at your house? There's it does have a USB port.
Okay.
And which I'm not really tech savvy, so I don't know what the purpose of the USB port is, maybe to install an accessory device or something else. So I believe they tried to connect it that way to download the images. But like I said, the digital video recorder is an older model, so maybe the software, their software didn't integrate to the software in the digital video recorder.
So is it fair to say they tried to download it there, didn't work, so what, they said, we got to take it with us?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. All right, that's all I have, Judge.
Okay. So, you can step outside.
Okay.
How do you screw up an investigation that bad?
So, Judge, specifically based on the TDR case, which I believe you already reviewed, they have to establish that it was lost or destroyed. I don't know what happened, and neither does he. So I need to hear from those other witnesses.
So, before he can testify about what he saw on that video, the foundation hasn't been able to, he hasn't connected the dots. State, if you want to hear.
Yes, Judge, they would like to be heard. Judge, we heard testimony from the witness that said he showed the detectives this video. The detectives attempted to download the video. They couldn't download it. This witness also testified as to the age of the cameras. He said that they were new cameras, they were older cameras, that this streaming was connected through not a DVR or anything, it was connected through a cable, Judge. He also testified as to them trying to download it, it didn't work, therefore they took the DVR, and he testified when they got the DVR back, every single video, even the ones from before that night, were deleted, Judge. The state is arguing that that is sufficient to establish that this witness has knowledge that the contents that he's trying to testify to, that he saw simultaneously while watching that video, is enough that it got lost, destroyed under the exceptions to the best evidence rule 90.954.
He doesn't know what happened to it, and they need to establish it.
He does.
Hold on, we're not going to argue about this. It's going to be the state law. I can't go back and
No,
forth.
Judge, I'm going to make the argument. He does, and he's testified.
She's doing a fine job.
I know she is, but as the lead prosecutor on the case with the most knowledge about this case, I can speak to what every single witness in this case is going to testify to. I have the utmost respect for Ms. DeLeon. That's why she's the second chair on this case. But again, I've been preparing this case a lot longer. He does, and he's testified he knows what happened to it. When he got it back, it didn't exist. They tried to download it. It was retrieved by an expert. They tried to download it. They couldn't. They took it, and then it was gone.
Was it corrupted in front of him or destroyed? Lost in front of him?
That doesn't matter.
So you use the words maybe, I guess.
But again, what the court, we're conflating issues on whether or not so 9954 says in order for this to be admissible, it can be destroyed, they can talk about it, so long as it is not made in bad faith. There is nothing that defense can bring up to say that this is bad faith, that it was destroyed in bad faith. He is absolutely able to testify about what his observations were, and then I can bring in my expert tomorrow. I've already spoken to her on the phone. She's planning on testifying tomorrow. She will be my first witness called if I need to, and everything she can testify to about it being downloaded, it getting corrupted, it not being able to play, those things will come in. So we can subject it to link up, but he is absolutely able to testify to all of this now and his actual observations.
Look, doesn't have personal knowledge of that faith. You may have to call him again.
We are.
You may get to where you want, you just can't get it.
Well,
what he testified
right.
to now.
So then we have to stop today, now. We're going to stop his testimony. We're going to have to bring in Zuleika Fernandez as our first witness, and then he will be recalled immediately. So we have to stop.
Unfortunately.
No, I'm just saying. I'm letting the court know this is.
Is there anything else you want to get into evidence with him today regarding laying the foundation?
No.
Okay, so I'm going to call him back in. He's going to sit here, and then Ms. DeLeon can either finish or follow up with any questions. I'll allow cross-examination, redirect if appropriate, and then he will just be dismissed for the day.
Sure.
Okay.
Wow.
Judge, my questions were about the video, and that's all he was going to testify to, so I would just at this point say I have no questions for today.
You're going to do the furniture?
Yes, no.
First chair just took over. The judge says, this isn't your fight. And he says, but I know more than she does. I have the most respect for her, but I can say this. And he pushed the judge around and said, this is what needs to happen. And the judge took it. Wow. And second chair wants to punch him in the face.
All right, for the jurors.
Cameraman, help us out here. Coming in the other door. Glad I could cover that one. We're missing one.
All right, you can be seated, all jurors are accounted for. The defense, the state
Judge, at this time, the state has no further questions for this witness today.
there's no further questions for you today. We'll see if the defense has any cross-examination.
Weird. So he's going to be called and cross-examined,
Hello.
direct and cross twice.
A little deja vu for you.
A little bit.
So, again, tell me about this camera system that you had in your house. How does it work?
They're hardwired, mounted on the exterior of my house. They all are hardwired to one digital video recorder that's in my living room.
So we're talking about 7 cameras that are connected to a wire. This wire goes to a DVR hard drive.
Yes.
And it all gets saved onto this DVR hard drive.
Yes.
And am I correct that you can view all 7 camera feeds at the same time on a screen? Correct?
Yes, you can. You could highlight each individual camera on the screen, but yeah, you can see all of them at the same time.
All right. Now, I'm not going to get into the contents. We're not going to talk about that right now.
Okay.
But as far as you know, on at least 2 occasions that the police went to your house to view this footage, it was working fine, correct?
Correct.
And other than the footage from the day in question, you had footage from other days on DVR as well, correct?
Yes. I can't give an exact time span, but I think it's maybe like a month's worth of recordings that it can hold.
And it had about a month's worth of recording at the time?
Yes.
At some point, police took the DVR from you and they took it with them, correct?
Correct.
At that point, when they took it out of your house, as far as you knew, all that footage was there and it was working fine, correct?
Objection, Judge. Facts not evidence. Outside the scope of the record.
Okay. Same. Just gonna ask another question.
You were able to view surveillance on 2 occasions before the police took the DVR, correct?
Objection, Judge. Facts not evidence. Outside the scope of the record.
Sustained. Just gonna ask another question.
At some point, you got your DVR back, correct?
Correct.
Objection, Judge. Facts not evidence.
Hold on. Overruled.
At some point, you got your DVR back, right?
Yes.
How long after?
It's been so long. I want to say it was several weeks, maybe close to a month that they had it.
When you got the DVR back you got it back from the police?
Yes.
Was there any footage on the DVR when you received it back from the police?
No.
It was gone?
Yeah, it was gone.
All right, thank you. That's all I have to.
They deleted it all.
They
They wiped it.
Your seat.
Thank you.
Now the jury's going to be told that it's the end of day. This was yesterday.
Okay. So, I'm sorry, guys. Can you go back in the jury room?
All right, the jury.
This is crazy. Boom.
Okay, jury room is back. Thank you for seeing.
Is she trying to show her shoulder intentionally?
I told you. Why not?
I missed it. Did I miss Mr. Velasco? This was the last witness.
We have more witnesses, but they were going to testify to what the court is saying. We cannot have them testify to.
Their observations was on.
Correct.
How many did you call today?
5 or 6.
Yeah.
We called 7.
I mean, obviously, we're going to be calling this witness, but.
I have 7 judges.
7. And you've already informed Mr. Velasco who you're going to call in your case in chief?
More or less, yes.
So more or less, how many more?
I can't say definitively, but I would say if we called 7, I'd probably have another 12, 13. Mr. Moss and I were talking about whether or not the officer is going to testify. I still don't have an answer to that. It's up in the air at this point in time.
It's up in the air, Vince.
Can you do your best to get us outside and ready to go tomorrow and Friday?
Yeah, so I've already spoken to Detective Morales, who's going to be here in the morning, Detective Fernandez, who I've been texting with. I know she has some childcare issues, but she's going to be the first witness we're going to call. We have to finish up with Mr. Cisneros as well. We'll have substantive testimony in the morning and then carry it on into the afternoon. We also have, there is our CSI officer has a doctor's appointment at 1:30, but we're going to do our best to get her as well.
Because I think we could have done a lot more 2.5 hours of the day.
I agree with the court.
Okay. Having been on the receiving end of many witnesses that get upset at me when I was a trial attorney, you guys just have to deal with it. So get as many here tomorrow as possible. If they have to come back because we don't get to them tomorrow, I'd rather them here than not here.
We really only have law enforcement left, and they're all pretty understanding.
Like, for example, the medical examiner.
He's
not that far away.
Right. He's already informed us of what his schedule is and we're going to work around his schedule. And Dr. Mathis is also pretty understanding.
Would it be possible to do most of the state's case in chief tomorrow and Thursday, and tomorrow and Friday?
I think we can get through the majority of it, yes.
Okay. And if we don't, it would leave maybe 1 or 2 witnesses for Tuesday.
Right. What day of the week? Or I'm sorry, what day is Tuesday? Is it the 15th?
The 14th.
The 14th then will be fine. We should be able to finish it. The only reason I ask is that I believe Dr. Mathis said he was unavailable on the 15th and 16th, but we'll, like I said, work around his schedule.
All right, so I'll just tell the jury we're done early for today, and we'll have them come back tomorrow at the same time. All right, Mr. Gomez, is that okay with you, the schedule?
Yes, sir.
So we can just stay behind and chat about a few things after the jury leaves. All right, so.
Let's chat about the person you kicked out of the courtroom. Who said they were just a member of public observing court. Let's chat about that, shall we? Who you said, well, he told you that he's not related to anyone in the courtroom. He's not connected to anybody. And you kicked him out anyway because you weren't satisfied with his answers. Let's talk about that, Judge, and about Florida's open access laws for courts, the presumption of open to the public.
We're also getting an account for jury attendance. So we're done a little early today. We'll plan for the same thing tomorrow. Folks, 10:30 to 5:30. Just go over a few scheduling things with the lawyers. So we'll try to make, again, best use of our time, be as efficient as possible tomorrow and Friday. So please follow my instructions that I read to you earlier today and that I informed you before we went to lunch. Don't do any research about this case, don't look up anyone about this case, don't let anyone talk to you about this case. If you come across any violations of the rules that we all went over today, please inform me and or Roberto Avila. We'll give you instructions on where to meet him tomorrow. It'll probably be 3rd floor.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. And he'll let you know. Why don't you take your envelopes with you? You'll just hand it to him once you all meet together on the 3rd floor.
At what time do you want?
So we're going to start at 10:30. I know, Mr. Smith, you have some issues with the ride. Well, so now that we know we're sort of in a routine, we can probably plan better and differently tomorrow, right? Okay. So thank you all. See you tomorrow.
All right, for the jurors.
I'm not going to email the judge during a court session. We don't interfere with court processes like that. That's the floor right there. That's the floor. Ooh, Adidas, not a sponsor. Those look like, those were Nikes for sure. Nice. Reebok. Okay. Got everybody represented.
So the state asked, and I think it's appropriate. I think there was one officer you didn't cross-examine. I'm assuming that's based on strategy.
Yes.
I just want to make sure Ms. Luke is in agreement with that. Okay. We still have a few days left. If there's anyone that wanted to be called, in the state's assistance or my assistance, we can issuing subpoenas or getting folks in here, let us know, and we could try to get that accomplished. Is there anything that I need to take up before we come back tomorrow?
Yes.
So I would just ask what time it's starting, or what time should I have my witnesses here, I guess, is the question.
It's my intention to bulldoze my way through my morning calendar, and if it means leaving cases on for trial, it's a sounding. Leaving cases on for trial for the sounding, I'm going to do it. If it means asking my colleagues to across from me, Judge Brinkley or Judge Hernandez, to take over my sounding, I will do so. I will be done with my sounding between 10 and 10:15.
How long's your calendar?
It's about 35 pages.
Longer than today.
Yeah, we have some of the division prosecutors on the scene, so I'm sure they've heard that.
She's going to bulldoze her way through the docket. That sounds like justice.
This is tomorrow as well as Friday. I have a sentencing in front of Judge Brinkley that I will get covered for. I would like to stop and speak with the next king. Prior to that, I don't foresee an issue.
That's fine. So we need to let Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Polanco is on, and so is Ms. Heath, but I'll text everybody and let them know.
Ms. Heath as well is on, correct?
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Heath is on. I'm sure she'll relay the message that we need to get through the sounding as efficiently as possible. Whatever I don't get done at 10:15, I can send to Judge Brinkley or Judge Hernandez. Understood. All right. Thank you all. We'll see you all tomorrow at 10:15. Thank you for clarifying who your picture is with Idalma.
With who?
You are with Idalma, right?
Yes.
Yes, so in the future, just identify yourself fully. Otherwise, if I don't know who you are, and the way things are going these days, I'm not letting strange people into my courtroom, okay?
I understand.
All right, thank you.
Whoa, she doubled down on the wrong. I'm not letting strange people into my courtroom.
So
the way things are going today.
Right? She's with the state attorney's office. She's been there for a long time. She's never been Pickles coordinator on homicide cases.
Yes.
The young man is with her. He does watch trials from time to time. She does. Yeah, he does. So that's why he's allowed back in to just put identify him.
Well, she just answered all our questions. Unfortunately, the way she answered is in violation of Florida's open access laws for courts and the directive of the Supreme Court, which puts her possibly in a major bad situation, which, depending on how severe it is, could get her reported all the way up to the governor for something called neglect of duty in Florida. Let's see here. What we had there earlier this morning, we had a, sorry, laptop's going to fall. We had a member of the public walk into court, and the judge said something about, who are you? And he said, oh, I'm just a member of the public. I watch court. And she says, are you, basically what side are you on? He says, I'm not connected with anybody in the case. I just like to watch court from time to time. This is what I do. And she's like, no, you've got to go out and leave until I'm satisfied. Because the way things are going, I just don't let strange people in my court. And so, kicked him out of the courtroom for no articulable she did not articulate a valid reason at all that she can kick him out. Now, there are lots of reasons a judge can kick somebody out of the courtroom and when there's a trial going on like it is right now, which is a public trial. It could have been that there was a very sensitive issue where they've agreed to seal the courtroom or close it, and it takes a lot to do that. But there could have been something like that. That's not the case here. It's open to the public. Cameras are rolling in here, okay? Public is allowed. And it could be that he was being disruptive, that his phone was ringing, that he had brought something in that was contraband, that he was wearing something that's not appropriate for court, say like, I don't know, a tutu and a giant umbrella or something. That's probably not appropriate to wear in court. Great for Halloween, not for court. It could have been any one of those things. It wasn't. The judge instead said, I'm kicking you out because I just don't know you. I don't recognize you in my courtroom. You're not familiar to me, and I'm kicking you out because of that. Unfortunately, open sessions. All sessions of the court shall be open to the public except proceedings designated as confidential by the court and conference sessions held for the discussion and consideration of pending cases, for the formulation of opinions by the court, and for the discussion of resolution of other matters related to the administration of the state court system. All sessions of the court shall be open to the public. That's the rule. This is the Supreme Court rule that she has to uphold. If she doesn't uphold it, this is what applies. It's called neglect of duty. The failure of any judge, clerk, prosecutor, public defender, attorney, court reporter, or other officer of the court to comply with an order or directive of the chief judge, that's the rules we're reading, is considered neglect of duty and must be reported by the chief judge to the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. The Chief Justice may report the neglect of duty by a judge to the to the Judicial Qualifications Commission, and neglect of duty by either officials to the governor of Florida or other appropriate person or body. It's no small thing that she says, I just don't let strange people in my court. If I don't know them, they're not coming in. This is as wrong as wrong gets, and this was terrible. That was a bad call by the judge. She doubled down on it. She didn't articulate any other problem. He ended up getting to come back in, and she's like, in the future, you need to ask my permission when you're coming in here, a new person in my courtroom, sitting and watching my court. I'm just not letting strange people in here. You should have told me who you were, and I could have reviewed it and then decided if I was going to allow you in. No! Okay, now let's talk about the trial, shall we? Here's what we have. Day one. This is a case where the defendant is accused of shooting and killing her, I guess, is a common law husband at this point. They'd been together for 9 years. There was an accusation of infidelity on her part. She believed that he knew and was upset. She confessed to him about it. There may have been an altercation up to a week before where she claimed she was pistol whipped and received several lacerations to the head from being struck with a firearm. Haven't seen much as far as evidence on that yet, but that would probably come from a defense side anyway. But then a week later, while they're all hanging out, I guess doing coke, drinking beer, and smoking weed, she sees him outside, and he's got that look, and she goes out and shoots him while he's either running or walking away, manages to shoot through his ankle and through his thigh with one bullet, like a magic bullet. So imagine what angle your leg would have to be bent at running for your heel to be high enough to get the bullet to pass through the heel and through the thigh, if that's right. And he runs around the whole complex, around and back out to the alley. It almost makes like a complete loop. There's blood everywhere. He collapses. She ends up getting in her car and driving back and forth a couple times, runs to him, goes back, comes back to him, then tries to render aid, calls 911, makes that whole call we heard, and gets quite emotional and almost to the point where she's interfering with the medical treatment that first responders are giving when they do show up, which was limited. The first responder that showed up was a police officer who heard the gunshot as it happened with his ears before dispatch even came in. He was rolling in that direction. So he shows up pretty early on. It's not until the victim is basically passed out, that has lost consciousness from most likely the lack of blood, that they start asking him, who did this to you? And of course there was no response. The medics show up. He ends up either passing away on the scene, or the hospital will find out where he was actually called as deceased. But and the police, they interview, they start asking questions. The defendant hasn't given like a full story, that at least anything that includes anything resembles even closely self-defense, which is what she's arguing or trying to say was the case here. And they find a gun hidden in a palm tree. Apparently the gun, possibly the gun that did this. There was one neighbor whose Ring camera caught the whole thing, and the police, doing their canvass, they found the neighbor, found the camera, went in, got permission. 2 detectives sat there and watched him replay the video. They saw what happened on the camera. It caught it beautifully out in the alley. And they said, we're going to need this. They tried to copy it to a hard drive. It didn't work. They said, we're going to need the whole DVR. And they took it, and when they brought it back, there was nothing on the DVR, and they said it didn't work, and we lost everything. And so now we have the missing video, which is the issue we're still in the middle of right now, which will be started as we begin the next portion of trial, which started this morning at 10. And that is the issue of, do we allow best evidence, which now is the, hey, what you got? You found some pecans from our yard? I don't. They're not from our yard. Where are they from?
From the sidewalk.
From the side. They're sidewalk pecans.
They were already peeled off, and I tried breaking it open.
Was it not cracked before you broke it open?
No.
No.
It took a while to crack that one open.
My son has harvested some pecans from the sidewalk, and I need to know if I should eat them. What do you think? Have you tried one?
I don't like
You don't like them? Have you tried? Are sidewalk pecans good to eat? Sidewalk nuts are the best kind. There we go. I'm not going to fight a squirrel for this one. Oh, it's bad. It's not good. I have to go. It's not good. Hold, please.
Wake up in the morning wearing headphones. I'm running according to your brain like it's an end zone. My money's green like the pickles and you want some. Don't interrupt cause I don't want your lame objection. From leg t-shirts to murder, I think I've seen it all. From picking juries to when the gavel falls. The judge takes the bench and the bailiff yells, all rise and pay respect to the one and only go to true crime. Imitators they try but they just can't achieve. And when they fail they be like, ow, I stepped on a beat. Take the stand and the jury chooses not to believe, because there will never be another creator like me. Big deal in one corner and the count in another. We've got the judge reading chat while we talk to the lawyers. All our clips go viral, they're the good not to share. Came in late, check the thumbnails, you'll find it all there. They say I'm addicted to rhyme, but it's more than just time. And the mic is hot, the gavel drops, and I'll be talking about crime. And don't you worry about the sound, cause I'm keeping it real, just like a pickle jar, but I'm one big deal. They say I'm addicted to rhyme, but it's
Wow.
more than just time. And the mic is hot, the gavel drops, and
That
I'll
was
be talking
bad.
about crime. And don't you worry about the sound, cause I'm keeping it real, just like a pickle jar, but I'm one big deal.
All right, we're gonna turn the music down here a little bit. I know why the squirrel left that one behind. All right, wow. That. We're gonna eat something strong. Maybe a lemon drop here. Let's see. That rancid, yeah, that's the right flavor. Rancid was the flavor, and it was slow developing, so I got a good chew in first. Whew. I didn't swallow any, so I think I'm good. I spit it out. Wow. All right. He says sorry. That's funny. He says have another. Nope, I'm done. I've learned my lesson. There's a reason the squirrel left that one behind. Anyway, that was pretty cool of you. Actually, my son's been quite interested in squirrels. As this fall, we've got a massive pecan tree in our yard, and the squirrels have been finding them and burying them. And so he tries to remember where the squirrel buried them and go dig them up, because the squirrel's going to forget anyway. And yeah, so I think I just had a secondhand squirrel pecan, which was no good. All right, where were we? We were saying we're going to take a quick lunch break, then we're going to come back and start with what they started with today in the Daisy Link trial, which is going to be good. We're still capturing what is going on. Well, actually, they finished up court down here. Josh, did the Clark court or the other court, did that finish for the day? Do you know? How bad were they? They were bad. They were bad. Squirrels eat acorns. Obviously, they can't taste anything. Squirrels are winning. I did ask you guys if it was okay to eat, so Blue Star, I'm sort of holding you accountable here for the bad nuts. Love fresh pecans. And thanks for pronouncing pecan. Sorry, that one didn't fit. I don't know which way is correct. Down to one mod at the moment. All right. Upset Baguette says, I said no. All right, we're going to take a quick lunch break. When we come back, we're going to have day 2 of the Daisy Link trial that we've got to watch. A lot of it will skip through the breaks as well and hopefully get done. We might have to stop. I don't think we'll get totally caught up because we have the podcast tonight. It is a long day. But we're going to... Did the other trial show up? Yes, it did. And I recorded it. I've got it. At least I've got it so far. Right now it's showing that, everything's over. No, it's in this one right here that they're done. Let me do a quick check. 14th Circuit. Go to 7. Is this not working? I'll go to 8. 8. 8's where it's at. Okay. We watched this one, or we didn't watch this.
Has enough rhythm.
I want to see how it ended. Let's see if I can jury.
Ultimately, this thing starts happening with
Lorraine Plains, correct? Lab for testing.
I think they just took lunch. Just to see how they end this one.
Or anyone else, don't check any media sources or use your electronic devices to find out any more about the case you know right now. You'll follow the bailiff in the back. If you'll come back and go to let the bailiff know in the front door that you're on Judge Clark's jury, come back to the circuit judge's reception area. Everyone stay there until you're all together, until you're escorted to the courtroom by the Bay County Sheriff's Office. You'll follow the bailiff in the back. Ask everyone else in the courtroom to remain.
Okay, so I think we're good. Go
ahead, go in the back. Just follow the bailiff in the back.
We got all this. Josh, if you can let me know what time they're coming back from lunch, that would be great, so I can start the recording on the next section. We'll save that for possibly jury selection. I always like watching the jury leave like this. They all leave through the main doors. All right. I think that's it. I want some dinner, like some lunch that tastes good now. I'm craving real food, maybe pizza. We are going to lunch. We'll be back with more of the Daisy Link trial. Let's see, it is 12:45 right now. Pecan pie for lunch. No, I'm going to do a hard pass on that one. We'll be back at 1:45. That gives us 1 hour. Probably be back at 1:30, actually. Let's do that. A little earlier. Gives you 45 minutes. We'll do a portal to the new stream. We're going to pick up this morning's live stream, and we're going to go as far as we can get before we have to break for a little break before podcast tonight. And then we'll be back. Kimar, congratulations. Looks like you won the internet, I think. Yes, Kimar, barely. Barely beat Greeners. Did I do my thing tonight? When you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe. Do go live again at 1:30 this afternoon in just 44 minutes. We'll portal you over there. So we'll see you for part 2 of the Daisy Link trial. There's something in the air vents down there in Florida. There's a little bit of crazy going on. So other trial resumes at 1. Thank you. That's perfect. All right. You guys have a fantastic lunch. We'll see you in a little bit. Bye-bye.